charging. But the challenger is hot. It's the battle of wills, it's the thrills and spills, it's the Motordrome. Fun and excitement for all the family. Newcastle International Motordrome. The champions are home at the Motordrome. Newcastle International Motordrome. Where all the action is. Newcastle International Motordrome. Ooh, yeah. Newcastle. Newcastle. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, welcome along to the Winds Newcastle Motordrome for the running of one of the premier events on the Australian Speedway calendar. It's the 1996 Winds Australian Super Sedan Championships, run over 2 nights of competition right here at the Winds Newcastle Motordrome. Welcome along to all of you, particularly to our interstate visitors, because we have attracted coast-to-coast entries to try and decide who's going to be Australia's #1. Leading away our traditional grand parade at the Winds Newcastle Motordrome are our service vehicles, and we hope they're not going to be in for too busy a night or 2 nights of action. These are the guys that are going to have some real busy times over the next 2 nights. Ladies and gentlemen, leading the grand parade at the Winds Newcastle Motordrome to defend his Australian title, Newcastle's own Ron Pine. Ron captured this title at Claremont in Perth last year, and he is back to his home track here to defend that title and perhaps make it back-to-back victories. Then we have the whole range of interstate champions who are lined up here tonight to compete for this title. David Nichols from Tasmania in the car number 3, and a big welcome to all the Tasmanians. Steve Francis from the United States that's there to try and see if an international visitor can catch the Australian title. Northern Territory champion Terry Rickstein in the Camaro. He's down all the way from the Northern Territory to be a part of this act tonight as well. Number 9 car from Western Australia, Benny Ludlow. He's been here before to try and capture an Australian title. The last time the Motordrome had it. In fact, this is the 3rd successive time that the Newcastle Motordrome has conducted the Australian Championships. And a congratulations too to our promoter Peter Gerbiel, who is running his 4th Australian title. His 3rd title here at the Newcastle Motordrome. Conducted the very first ever Australian Super Sedan Championship when he was promoter at Fraser Park Raceway in Canberra. So there's a whole host of cars. Give your favourite driver a wave and give them a cheer. Our very, very strong Newcastle contingent, and who knows, we might be able to notch up Newcastle 1, 2 and 3. Here are the absolutely magnificent trophies that the guys will be racing for tonight, with our girls in the back of the ute showing you the fantastic trophies 1, 2 and 3 that they'll be competing for in our Winds titles for 1996. As I said, we've got them from all states. The South Australian champion, Steve Stewart, is there. Terry Rickstein from the Northern Territory. Benny Ludlow from Western Australia. The current Victorian champion, Peter Logue, is with us as well. The current Queensland champion, Lindsay Hawkins, is on the program. So that's credited all of our state champions who have travelled here to the Motordrome tonight to try and capture this title. Big welcome to all of our fans that have travelled from far and wide to support this sport of speedway. We like to think that here at the Newcastle Motordrome we play a pretty important part in the development of speedway, of the sport of speedway, And so we thank you for being with us tonight and hope you enjoy your 2 nights of competition. Just let me tell you about the format for the championships. The championships being run over 2 nights of competition. Each driver will compete in 4 rounds of point scoring. There'll be 3 rounds of point scoring heats tonight, and there'll be 1 round of heats tomorrow night. Once the top 18 drivers have been decided on point score, the top 18 point scorers will qualify for the right to run in tomorrow night's 40-lap grand final. 40 laps of the Motordrome to decide who will be the Australian champion for 1996. And with our grand parade concluded, we're going to take this opportunity to have a quick word. He's having his photo taken at the moment with the trophy girls. The president of the Australian Saloon Car Federation is with us, Doug Carson, and our defending champion Ron Pine will be hoping that tomorrow night at around about 10:30 or so, he'll be holding that #1 trophy again. So we'll see if he can do that, and as soon as we have this photo shot, we'll have Ron over to have a quick chat with him, because an exciting time. As I said, 3 qualifying heats tonight and 1 more qualifying heat tomorrow night. He's driving the Auto 1 Castrol car. As I said, travelled to Western Australia last year, and he'll now attempt to defend that title right here at Newcastle. Ron, first of all, good luck to you in these championships. It's a wonderful thing to be Australian champion, but an even tougher thing to make it back-to-back.
No, no one's ever done it back-to-back. I was corrected last night. I told some press the other day that Grenville Anderson had done it back-to-back, and one of his pit crew come up to me last night and made a comment to me, have I got my T-shirts done? And I said, no, I haven't. He said, I thought you would have had back-to-back on them. But no one's ever done it back-to-back. I'd like to do it. I think I'm good enough to do it if I keep my head. I think the biggest enemy I got's myself, and that's honest.
Well, you've got plenty of pressure there, and keeping your head's probably going to be a tough thing to do, because, as I said, every state champion's here, along with our own John Pine, who's got a terrific record here at the Motordrome. They're from Tasmania, they're from South Australia, they're from the Northern Territory, from right across in Perth, Western Australia. So the pressure is going to be right on from heat #1.
It sure will, but the winners are the people on the hill, because we've had some really good racing. I've only been up on times in the last 2 weeks to enjoy the good hard racing side by side, but the field is down. I've run in every Australian title over the last 5 or 6 years, and we've had 110 odd cars and 80 cars. What we've got here now is 50 or 45 of the best cars. We haven't got, for the want of a better word, C grade or D grade. We need them guys, but this race, you people are going to look at some champagne racing, because the guys here, this will be tough for me, that's all I'll say.
Let me tell the people that despite the fact you may have some problems through the heat, because you are the defending champion, you would not miss out on a start in the final anyway. Even if you had disasters right the way through, you would be entitled to start rear of field. But quite obviously, the further up the front of the field you can start, as you've said, with these quality cars, so you'll be running as strong as you can through the heats to try and get yourself good position.
Yes, I can get sent to the rear enough on the track, that alone getting crashed out, but it is hard. Now, John Leslight nearly won it last year from the rear. With a little bit of luck, he might have and he might not have. I did, and that's the way it is. But I think to win here this weekend, you've got to be on the first 2 rows. The 3rd row back, look, second's the first loser, honestly. I'm here to win, nothing else.
Let's go racing.
Thanks very much.
We've got the drivers coming out for heat #1. We do thank the officials for keeping us right up to date with roof numbers in particular. As you can see in your program, your cars are identified by a roof number. It helps us with our commentating. Russell Bailey and Gary Curran from Wagga is the front row of the grid. It now looks like we are set and ready to go racing. The first heat of the WINS 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships is about to get underway. Russell Bailey and Gary Curran have the privilege of leading the very first lap into the first corner. And it's the Wagga driver, Gary Curran, who has grabbed the lead. Coming through the pack very quickly is the Newcastle driver, John Brown. He gets up on the outside of Russell Bailey. And John Brown moves into third place. Ron Pine trying to slam his way through on the inside of Ross Brims. And we've got a yellow light on. And car 14, Neil Wasson, is being sent to the rear of the field. A complete restart has been the instruction from the steward. Again, we'll have cross flags. And Jacob Jansen looks like he's been the first mechanical damage, the ACT 10. And away they go for the complete restart. Again, it was Ross Brims, the Canberra driver, who tried to dive up on the inside, and the Newcastle driver, John Brown, again went high on the track to look for the drive, using his local track knowledge. So too is Ron Pine, the defending champ, moves up to fourth place. But it's the Wagga driver, Gary Curran, who has the lead. John Brown in second place and trying to drive through on the inside. Russell Bailey made an absolute mess of turn one. And Ron Pine, the champ, has gone through to third. In fourth place at this stage is the ACT driver, Ross Brims. Russell Bailey is running fifth. Peter Garrett is sixth. Then comes the Victorian Peter Logue in seventh place. He's copped a bump from Bevan Collins, and Neil Wasson got through on the inside of him. And at the tail of the field, Bobby Brewer, finding it hard to pick up any placings at all, and John Brown has grabbed the lead, and Ron Pine has shot through to second. It's Newcastle running 1 and 2. John Brown and Ron Pine, they lead the car race. The Wagga driver, Gary Curran, is running in third. Fourth place being held by Ross Brims. Then comes the Newcastle driver, Peter Garrett, followed by the Victorian Peter Logue, Neil Wasson, Bobby Brewer, and Bevan Collins is on the tail of the field. Russell Bailey, is on the tail of the field. He's being lapped by the Newcastle driver, John Brown, who is in a terrific groove. And Ron Pine, he'll be really happy, the defending champ, that he's going to bag a bucket load of points here in second place. Gary Curran, the Wagga driver, hanging on for third. We're halfway through the first qualifying heat.
And it's Brown from Newcastle out in front. He's got Ron Pine, but Piney coming back. He's clawing his way back slowly in second spot. He seems to have the power in the car, but Brown's got the nice tight line at the moment. And Ron Pine's out giving chase. I don't think he'll be too desperate to grab the race lead. Second spot, he'll be happy with that. Back in third place is Gary Curran. Then we go back to Ross Brims holding down fourth position, but he's starting to be put under pressure from Logue in car number 6. Down they come with only 4 to go now, and Brown, he stretches the lead a little bit. I think Ron Pine's backed off and just decided he'll ease himself around these last couple of laps, or he might have trouble, but I'd say he'll be backing off just to give himself a little bit of a breather. Back in third spot, Gary Curran, he's a long way back, and Brims and Logue are still battling it out for that fourth position. There's only 3 to go, and Ron Pine's still giving chase for Brown. This is where it might become interesting, because Brown's coming up to some of the slower drivers now, and this will give Ron Pine a chance to get up and make a little bit of ground on John Brown. He gets hampered too by a couple that are scrapping on. Bob Brewer's one of them, and also the 23 of Bevan Collins were involved in a little bit of a scrap, but Ron Pine's got hooked up with Bailey, and that slowed him right off, and I think that's killed any chance of him picking up this first heat. But there's only 1 to go for John Brown. He leads the first heat, looks like he's going to take it out. Ron Pine's in second spot, but he's not going to be close enough to make the challenge. Only half a lap to go now. Out of the turn for the first win of the night in heat number 1, and it's going to go to the local lad, John Brown. He comes to take the checkered flag, and a very impressive win from Ron Pine, the current Aussie champ. We go back to third, and it's Curran in the 27, ahead of Brims, then followed by Logue. It was in car 33. Then we go right back to the 5 of Peter Garrett, ahead of Wasson in the 14, and the 23 of Bevan Collins. will pick up 8th place, and John Brown, he takes the first heat. Well done to John. That was a good drive. He'll be very happy with that performance. 3 minutes 14.090, 3:14.090 is the time recorded for heat number 1 of the WINS 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championship qualifying round number 1.
Well, let's check out how we saw them from the tower. If you'd like to try and keep your points up to date, the point scoring system is 36 points for first, 28 points for second, 23 points for third, 17 for fourth, 13 for fifth, 10 for sixth, 8 for seventh, 6 for eighth, 5 for ninth, 4 for 10th, 3 for 11th, and 2 for 12th, and all other drivers will score 1 point. So we're set now for heat number 2. 8 cars to contest the second qualifying heat. Stand by for the start. And away they go. Very quickly to grab the lead was Steve Stewart. And Steve Stewart from South Australia, the current South Australian champ, having his first hit out on the motor. And wow, what an inside pass by the 44 car of Bert Vosbergen. Wow, Bert really shot through there and pulled an absolutely super pass to grab the lead. The South Australian Steve Stewart tries to come back at him, but can't Vosbergen handle this turn 3-4 on the Newcastle circuit really well. The Western Australian in the Di Tommaso Pantera. Been a long while since we've seen a Pantera on the racetrack. A local driver by the name of Paul McHugh used to race one here at the Motordrome. And Bert Vosbergen's really got it wound up. Now Steve Stewart's running second. Third place is being held by John Rodder. That's another of the Victorian drivers. So it's the interstate guys who are really going strong in this second qualifying heat. In fourth place is Alan Baker, the first of the Newcastle drivers. Then Barry Lee. Behind Barry Lee is Bruce Tate, another of the Victorians. Then Michael Hickey and Al Starling's on the back of the pack. But it's Bert Vosbergen, the hot shot from WA, starting to race away from Stewart. He's in... Oh, Barry Lee's car number 8 sounding very sick. Stewart is in second place, the South Australian, with third place being held by the Victorian John Rodder. Fourth place to Alan Baker. Fifth place to Barry Lee, and that engine's about to die. Sixth place being held by the Victorian Bruce Tate. Seventh to Michael Hickey, and eighth to Al Starling, the only 8 cars in the race.
Oh, but can't this man pedal around the Newcastle Motordrome circuit? Vosbergen, he's out in front in the 44, and he really has got the style about him. He's a little bit hampered, though, by Starling, the slower driver now, and that's allowed Stewart to get right up behind him. And Stewart now is going to take full advantage of this and make the pass on Vosbergen if he can. A battle looming also for third place between Al Baker and also the 46 of John Rodder. They're having a scrap for third and fourth. Baker comes through on the inside, and he grabs third place away. So Baker now, he moves up to third spot, and he's going to get out after these two. But what a battle they're having up front. Vosbergen out in front. Stewart in second spot, trying everything he can, the Victorian champ, to get underneath him, but he can't. Vosbergen's got that sliding style into turn 3-4, and he's only got 2 laps to go. Oh, there's Baker in trouble up onto the infield. He's copped the caution as well. Rodder comes around the outside to grab third placing away, but Baker still tried to box on, but he can't get him. He can now on the inside, but back up the front of the race, Vosbergen, he's driven beautifully in this heat. He deserves to take it out, and he's out in front. Stewart's given chase all heat, but he can't quite reel him in, and Vosbergen down the back straight away for the last time. Looks like he's going to grab the victory in heat number 2 as he comes out of the turn, and Bert Vosbergen takes the checkered flag in impressive style ahead of Stewart in the 31 car. Then came Al Baker in car 13. The 46 of Rodder was next. We go right back then to Barry Lee in car number 8 for 5th placing, ahead of Bruce Tate in the 39 car, Michael Hickey. And Vosbergen does another lap for good measure. But what an impressive drive. 3 minutes 7.723, and that's a new 12-lap track record. to Bert Vosbergen, and what a great performance he's done to take out heat number 2.
Wow. Now, just officially from the stewards, Alan Baker is back 1 position for passing on the infield. He's about to be informed by the chief steward that he's being dropped back 1 position for passing on the infield. Would you program pencilers please note? So let's have a look at how we saw them by roof number. 44, Bert Vosbergen. Give him a big round of applause. The guy from WA. That is a new 12-lap Motordrome record. Fantastic. Great driving by competitors too. Now, let's have a look at Heat 3. First hit out for these drivers. Heat 3. 16 is Robert Carrick. 24 is Robert Gray. And they are running. Oh, and Robert Gray flew out of the traps and away he went. Here's another Western Australian who at practice last night was in sensational form. So it's Robert Gray who has grabbed the lead. Our New South Wales champ, John Pine, is out amongst this heat too. But in second place, we've got Ben Ludlow, another of the Western Australians. So aren't the Perth guys really starting to make the locals sit up and take notice? Robert Gray, Ben Ludlow. Here's John Pine getting on the outside of Robert Carrick. He moves to third. So the first of our Newcastle champs starting to make his presence felt. Oh, Ludlow came down straight across Pine. And Ludlow moves up on the inside of Gray. Gray, the leader from Ludlow, followed by John Pine. Robert Carrick is holding down 4th. 5th place is being held by Dave Nichols. But have a look at these 3 guys up front. The race is on, and it's on in earnest. Robert Gray leads them from Ben Ludlow and John Pine. They'll be trying to make up some placings. All getting into trouble was Dave Nichols, and capitalising on that mistake was Johnny Leslight from Lismore. Around him he went. On the outside of Dave Nichols, the Tasmanian, who made an error coming out of turn 4. Still Robert Gray leads, but here's John Pine starting to edge away at Benny Ludlow, the Western Australian, to put some pressure on him if he can. We've got to try and make these 2 WA drivers crack. We just had a WA driver crack the 12-lap record, and now they're running 1-2.
Well, Gray still leads, but here comes John Pine. He's got a chase on his hands because Ben Ludlow in second spot has got the second placing, and he's starting to blow a little bit of smoke, and Pine will see that too, and he's sitting behind. Oh, Gray's nearly overcooked it. Oh, he corrected it beautifully though coming out of turn 4, and he's got the race lead, but they're starting to put the pressure right to him, and it's coming from Ludlow, and John Pine's starting to put the pressure right on him as well in 3rd spot, and they've raced away from the rest of the field. Carrick's in 4th and Leslight back in 5th place, and it's really been a battle up front between these 3 drivers. Gray out in front, Ludlow in 2nd spot, and John Pine tries he may, he just can't pick the ground up on Ludlow in 2nd spot. Ludlow sets himself up too well for the turns. Gray looks like he's going to make a mess of it coming out of turn 4. There's John Pine getting very wide, and he lost a lot of ground on these 2 up front. They've only got 2.5 left to run, and it's Gray. He's out in front. This has been a good drive by Gray. He's warded off all challenges that have come from him from Ben Ludlow in 2nd spot, and John Pine just can't quite get onto the pace to make a challenge up front for these 2, and Robert Carrick now is starting to have a battle on his hands because Nichols has come up on the outside of Leslight to move up into 5th placing. 1 more lap to go for Gray. He leads Robert Gray in the 24. 2nd spot Ben Ludlow. They haven't changed. John Pine still giving chase in 3rd position. They go down back straight away for the last time in the heat number 3. They'll come to greet the checkered flag, and it's Robert Gray in car 24. He takes the win. Ludlow 2nd ahead of John Pine for 3rd. It's going to be close for 4th place. Robert Carrick on the outside will hold on from Nichols. Then came the 49 car, got up quickly. Larry Nelson ahead of Leslight in the 18. And the 37 car of Shane Polgar was one of the last across. The 41 of Rick Steen. Three minutes 5.985, so the record tumbles once again. Let's hear it for the race winner, Robert Gray, in car number 24. He's taken out the heat. in very impressive style. We saw the record set and we've now seen it broken.
Oh, Joel, the Western Australian boys are just turning it on. They're smashing record after record here at the Winds Newcastle Motordrome. Congratulations to them. It's great to have the visitors all the way across from Perth, and you are doing it strong at the moment. Let's have a look at how we saw them there. It was 24, Robert Gray in that new 12-lap record time of 3 minutes 5.985. 9, Ben Ludlow, another of the Western Australians, finished second. Third, 11, John Pine from Newcastle. Fourth, 16, Robert Carrick from Newcastle. Fifth, 3, Dave Nichols from Tasmania. Sixth, 49, Larry Nelson from Queensland. 7th, 18, and that's John Leslite from Lismore. 8th, 37, Steve Paulger from Queensland. 41, Lindsay Hawkins was 9th, another Queenslander. And 48, Terry Rickstein from the Northern Territory was 10th. That's how we saw it from the tower. And they're on the track for the 4th heat, and this will complete round 1. 36 and 35, Wayne Randall and Paul O'Neill on the front row of the grid. Wayne Randall from Queensland, Paul O'Neill from Lismore. They have front row. Then we have 32, Harold Barnes. 17, Michael Nicola from Victoria. 7, Steve Francis, the United States driver. Robert Burke from Canberra. Tanya Peacock, the Lismore driver. John Lodge from Newcastle, Stu Robertson from Newcastle. Stand by for the start to Heat 4. And away they go. And it was Wayne Randall who shot to the lead. Paul O'Neill having a crack at him on the outside. Randall on the inside. O'Neill on the outside. Who's going to give... Oh, wow. Wayne Randall kept the foot down. Paul O'Neill hooked back on the inside. But still, it is Wayne Randall who has the lead from Paul O'Neill. Doing well to move out into 3rd place, Michael Nicola from Victoria. Then Steve Francis, the United States driver, and Stewie Robbo from Newcastle. Coming from the rear of the field, has charged his way up to 5th. Tanya Peacock runs 6th. John Lodge is in 7th place. But let's get back to the race lead, where the Queenslander Wayne Randall under pressure from Paul O'Neill and starting to join in the United States superstar Steve Francis. He's been round the Motordrome a heck of a lot of times. He'll know his way around, and he'll put the pressure on these two guys in just a moment. In fact, he's about to clobber Paul O'Neill. O'Neill drifts out wide. Francis tries to come up on the inside. Can't get through there. Now he has another crack at Paul O'Neill. Stewie Robertson gets through on the inside of Michael Nicola. Steve Francis got through on the inside of Paul O'Neill, and the United States driver goes into 2nd place in the qualifying heat. Wayne Randall the leader. Steve Francis is 2nd. Paul O'Neill is 3rd. Stu Robertson is 4th. 5th place to Michael Nicola. Tanya Peacock having some troubles in turn 2. Is losing a little bit of ground. But can Steve Francis, the United States star, nail the Queenslander Wayne Randall?
Oh, I think he can, Ross. He's climbing all over Randall now on the inside. It's only a matter of time. Into turn 3-4. Randall back on the outside, though. He's not going to give up. On the inside, Francis, and Randall keeps the foot down. And in the Mazda, he keeps the lead, too. Into turn 1-2, but Francis, the United States driver, he's making a crack at all this time. Stu Robertson, Tanya Peacock sold out, though, as Francis tried to make the move on the inside. Tanya Peacock, the Lismore driver in car 47, has gone round in turn number 4. But Steve Francis and Stu Robertson, he's come from the back of the pack. He's right up into 4th spot. And that's been a super drive from Stu to get up to make a challenge for this race lead. But Francis too looking very, very dangerous out on the track. He's got it nice and tight. He's looking for the inside moves, the outside passes. But Randall up front, he's having none of it, and he's held the race lead. And this has been a gutsy, determined drive from Randall. Single file restart.
28, Kingsley Jones. 9th, 15, Robert Burke. 10th, 32, Harold Barnes. No time taken on the race. We get the chance to have a breather from our wins 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships, and we welcome our support program tonight, the Formula 500s. And I know a lot of you who are keen Speedway fans will know all about the formulas, powered by 500cc engines, and we've got a very strong club here in Newcastle. We have the current state champ, and I think he's the Australian champ too, Tony Pryor. Not quite sure whether he's got the Australian title or not, but he's got the New South Wales title, I think, Joel.
I think he had troubles there a while back. I don't know whether it's the Australian or New South Wales titles.
He did go to South Australia and
South
finished
Australian. Yes,
finished second in the South Australian titles. So the Formula 500's helping break up our program tonight. An exciting first round of heats. The 12-lap record broken twice. A great performance by the United States driver Steve Francis. Very impressive win to Bert Vosbergen from WA. And there's the start to our first Formula 500 race tonight. And it was Gilson in the number 6 car who grabbed the lead. Glenn Gilson, out in front, being chased out. Just a small field, but the chance to just break up our championship heats tonight. Second place at the moment being held by Michael Baxter. And Brian Harris is holding third place. But all interest on the front two cars. Glenn Gilson, the race leader. Michael Baxter in second place. Brian Harris runs third. Then Brian Phillips in fourth place, followed by Richard Knott. But coming into main straight away, just one more lap to go. And Glenn Gilson still leads the race. Michael Baxter chasing in strongly. Gilson and Baxter, they head down back straight away. Baxter now making his play on the inside of Gilson. Wooshka, straight through he goes, grabs the lead. Glenn Gilson got out wide, and grabbing the checkered flag, Michael Baxter. Second place goes to Glenn Gilson, third to Brian Harris, fourth to Brian Phillips. Then comes the 93 car of Darryl Knott, the 9 of Jason Millington, 31 David Baxter, and 48 Peter Garland, with the 24 of Darryl Campbell on the front row of the grid in our rear markers heat. And we've got Lloyd Thorley, Brad Cameron and Chris Alcorn in the brand new car making up the third row of the grid. Keep an eye on Brad Cameron, the Black Knight, car 57. Away they go. Plenty of smoke blowing from the two-strokers as they go into turn 1, 2. And Brad Cameron hampered a little there for some room. Moves up to the outside, goes around David Baxter and is looking for the race lead. Brad also went to the South Australian Championships, but had an horrendous accident after, I think, winning every heat that he competed in. He was going very well, and as you can see, he's a top competitor here at the Motordrome. He's grabbed the lead. Brad Cameron out in front. Here's Chris Alcorn. He's having a throw at Brad Cameron on the outside. Cameron on the inside. Alcorn on the outside. Alcorn's going to move up on Cameron. Cameron's down low. Alcorn's up high looking for the high pass. Now he switches to the inside looking for the inside pass. Oh, but Brad Cameron's only foxing him. The old Black Fox has started to shoot away now down back straight away. 1.5 laps left to go, and Brad Cameron says, enough of the fun and games, let's get down to the serious business. Catch me if you can now. 1 lap to go. Tell you what, Chris Alcorn's not going to give in on him. Alcorn chases out after him. He said, OK, I've accepted the challenge. I'll pick it up, I'll run with it. He's going to make a throw at Brad Cameron in the final corner, but he's not quite close enough. But a good race. Brad Cameron first, Chris Alcorn second. Long way back then to Garland, followed by Lloyd Thorley. Second last is Campbell, and last of all, David Baxter. 1:19.790 the time. 1:19.790. And a good win, ladies and gentlemen. What about we thank the Formula 500s for breaking up the program tonight by congratulating Brad Cameron. And talking about breaking up the program, the French Brothers Tyres Stock Car Tap Derby's on next. Now, here's my chance. I've always waited for a chance to get square, Joel, on the boss, right? He's stepped out of the control tower and he's out of earshot at the moment. It's his birthday today, and I'm telling everybody he is officially 50... no, I won't say it. No, someone will tell him anyway.
9.
But happy birthday, Peter. From all of us here at the Motordrome, Peter's birthday today. We might share a glass of lemonade or two during the week, I would think, to celebrate the birthday. To
You alcoholic lemonade, is it?
very busy times that we've had this week. But here they come. For those of you new to the Motordrome, these are the stock cars. They race in the opposite direction, and they are allowed to use stock car rules, which means they're allowed to spin drivers out if they happen to get in their road. No dangerous slamming into other cars, but if they're able to tap onto the back of one of the cars in front of them, then they can give them a deliberate spin out. So for those of you new to the Motordrome, have a look at these half a dozen guys up the front. They're just about the best exponents of it. Paul Clark, Andrew Clark, Michael T, Bruce Shoesmith, Jamie Ralston and Steve West. Those first 6 cars are very good at the art of stock car racing here at the Motordrome. Keep an eye on them. 6 laps supported by French Brothers Tyres on Wins Championship weekend. There they go. The stock cars are underway. 6 laps. And down back straight away, the Clark... Whoops, one of the Clarks has had a fence connection there. That was Paul Clark. Andrew's got the lead. He's had a fence connection now. So too's Bruce Shoesmith. There's a go, all on his own. Now there's a crunch between Andrew Clark and Shoesmith. Shoesmith's now hit Michael T. Off onto the infield he goes. Michael T has grabbed the lead. Well, actually, there was no stock car racing. They all got themselves into trouble in those incidents coming through Main straightaway. But the first car to be given the heave-ho was Troy Hutchinson in the car number 40. But he's done the complete 360 and is back into the race action. Michael T is our race leader. Darren Horton is in second place. And Steve Ralston has moved up to third. All of our top guns that I mentioned to you. Oh, there's Troy Hutchinson having some trouble getting around. Oh, and Shoesmith's run straight into him. Crikey, he must have been able to see what was happening. Now, who's our leader? The chocolate brown car, number 95 of Michael T. But look out, Steve West will get him. Yep, there's Steve West. No, it's Darren Horton, the man that's after him. Michael T, Darren Horton, Steve Ralston. They're the top 3. Ken Davies is running 4th. 1.5 laps left to go. Keep your eye on those 3 cars going down the back straight away. They're the 3 leaders. Look at Ralston. He's got Horton. No, he just missed him. Michael T, Darren Horton, Steve Ralston. Ken Davies running 4th. Here's Horton on the inside of Michael T, squeezing him up on the wall. Got him. No, Michael T will unload him here, I think. Into Main straight away. T can hook onto him. No, not quite. Darren Horton first, Michael T second, Steve Ralston third. And 2 minutes 15.205 was the time. So Darren Horton takes out the first of our stock car races tonight, the French Brothers Tyres Stock Car Tap Tap Derby. We'll move back into our qualifying rounds of the WINS 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships. First round has been completed. The winners from that round were Newcastle's John Brown, Western Australia's Bert Vosbergen, Western Australia's Robert Gray, and the United States driver Steve Francis. They grabbed wins in the first round of competition, and now we head to the second round. Ron Pine, position 1, 18. John Leslight, position 2, 11. John Pine, position 3, 48. Terry Rickstein from the Northern Territory, position 4, 33. Peter Logue from Victoria, position 5, position 6, 39. Bruce Tate, position 7, 5. Peter Garrett, position 8, 19. Jacob Jansen, and position 9, 27. Gary Curran.
Unfortunately, Ross, poor old Jacob, I think, was the man that was in trouble earlier on.
Yeah.
They had to be winched on the infield. He hasn't been able to come out, so that's terrible luck for him.
That was the official draw anyhow, Joel, for the heat. So they're grouping up. Ron Pine, a terrific advantage here with pole position. He did well in his previous point scoring heat, Ron Pine. He, in fact, finished second. So he's looking for big points here. Look out, what a heat. And away they go. And it was Ron Pine. John Pine coming up on the inside of John Leslight. Doesn't want to let him get back down on the track. And John Pine kept up the pace and kept John Leslight out. So it's Ron Pine leads John Pine. John Pine trying to move up on the outside. John Leslight tucked away behind them. He knows, Leslight knows that these two will chip away at each other. He knows they will, and he's just going to sit right on their gun, and he's going to wait for them to make a mistake. In fact, he's going to force them into making a mistake. He's had a throw at John Pine on the inside. Couldn't quite get there. Ron Pine, John Leslight. They charge down back straight away past our Hunter Communications timer. The heat is on, and it's really on in the WINS Australian Super Sedan Championship, because we've got a cracker of a heat on our hands here. Ron Pine, oh, Johnny Leslight miscued in the middle of turn 1-2. Up over the windrow he went, crashed back down onto the track, and he's lost 2 placings in the effort. But now, back to the race lead, where Ron Pine and John Pine are just absolutely hammering away at each other as they head down back straight away. John Pine looks to move up on the outside of Ron Pine. That's not the way to go. Still Ron Pine leads John Pine. Back behind them is Peter Logue. Then comes Terry Rickstein, John Leslight, followed by Peter Garrett, then Gary Curran. And on the tail of the field, the number 9 car missed the roof number as he went past. Here's John Pine, got him. Half the race to go, and John Pine's got the Australian champion.
Oh, he waited and waited, John Pine. He waited and picked the right moment round the outside of turn 4, and he's grabbed the race lead, and he's going to try and shoot away now from Ron Pine in second spot. Then we go back to third placing, and it's the 33 car holding down third spot, and that's the Victorian number 1, Peter Logue. Then comes Leslight, who got into trouble. He's managed to get back up to fourth ahead of Rickstein, the Northern Territory driver. Then comes Peter Garrett, followed by Curran back towards the tail of the field. 4 laps to go, and John Pine leads the way. He's starting to stretch this race lead away from Ron Pine in second spot. Then we go back to Logue, who's back in third position all on his own. So too is Les Light, that's come out to fourth spot, and Rickstein back in fifth position. There's only 3 to go for the race leader, John Pine. They're pity pedestrian at the moment. Into turn 3, 4, and out he comes, and he'll have 2 to go. John Pine, the local. Ron Pine, the local driver. 1 and 2 in this heat. This is a good heat for Newcastle. Third spot's Peter Logue in the 33. Then comes Les Light. Oh, there's Rickstein got into trouble. He's up onto the infield, and he's dropped a lot of placings and goes back towards the tail of the field. 1 to run. John Pine, he was been impressive in this heat. He waited for his opportunity. He took it when he could, and he's grabbed the race lead, and there's only half to go, and he's going to take out heat number 5 as he comes out of turn 4. The Newcastle Dome, John Pine in car 11. He takes out from Ron Pine in the number 1 ahead of Logue in the 33. Then came the 18 of Les Light. We go back to Peter Garrett in car number 5, then followed by Gary Curran in the 27 car, the Wagga driver. The 39 of Bruce Tate from Victoria will just get up ahead of Rickstein in the 48, and a new record once again in 3 minutes 3.364, and let's hear it for this guy. He's broken the 12-lap record. He's brought it back to Newcastle. John Pine.
So the current New South Wales champion, John Pine. First place, rooftop number 11. Second place, 1, Ron Pine. Third place, 33, Peter Logue. So we're set now for heat 6. The grid draw for you: 2, Bob Brewer. 37, Shane Polger. 35, Paul O'Neill. 47, Tanya Peacock. So Bob Brewer not out there. Giles just pointing out he's got a problem. Well, we should have the 37 car on the front row of the grid. That's Shane Polger. 35, Paul O'Neill. 47, Tanya Peacock. 32, Harold Barnes. 12, Russell Bailey. 21, John Lodge. 17, Michael Nicola. And 53, Al Starling. That's our field. They're set. Just been advised by the pits that 2, Bob Brewer, is out for the night. So too is 19, Jacob Jansen, and 42, Grant Dow. 3 cars that are definitely out for the rest of the night. That news coming through from the pits. Racing in heat 6 of the Queen's 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championship, and it was the Queenslander Shane Polser on the inside and the Lismore driver Paul O'Neill on the outside. And have a look at Tanya Peacock. The little lady's wound up now, and she's up on the outside of the Queenslander Shane Polser, trying to put the pressure to him. But Paul O'Neill has the lead from Shane Polger. Oh, Tanya Peacock got into trouble in turn 2, and John Lodge went up on the inside to try and grab third place. Couldn't get there because Peacock came right back at him, and she holds on to third. John Lodge is fourth. Then Harold Barnes, followed by Michael Nicola, Russell Bailey, and Al Starling's on the tail of the field. But it's all Paul O'Neill. He's taking advantage of a good grid draw, and a pretty lacklustre type of heat. Not that we want to detract from any of the drivers that are out there. They're all good drivers, but Shane Polster and Tanya Peacock and John Lodge are the only real threats to Paul O'Neill, with still 7.5 laps of heat number 6 left to run. Into main straightaway, 7 to go, and still the Lismore driver, Paul O'Neill, looking to be in very good form. Tell you what, I'd say he'll qualify for the final tomorrow night, and he might be one to watch. Those Lismore drivers, Paul O'Neill and John Leslight, both very consistent. And with half race distance gone, Paul O'Neill is cruising.
Yes, he'll be using this opportunity, Ross, just to get a feel for the track and set himself up for the later heats tonight. And he's doing it quite comfortably out in front. Paul O'Neill, second spot, Polster, the Queenslander. He has staved off the challenge from Tanya Peacock, who's dropped back a bit off the pace. And then comes John Lodge, who can't get up to the back of Peacock to make any challenge for that third position. Now O'Neill starts to pick up some of the slower drivers. Only 4 laps remaining. Starling blowing a lot of smoke out of the back of that car. He'll come on the inside of Starling now and start to take some of these slower drivers. Harold Barnes is in his sights, and also Russell Bailey. 3 laps left to run, and it's all O'Neill. He's getting himself in nicely. Second spot is Polster in the 37 car. Then comes Tanya Peacock, followed by John Lodge. Back in 4th position, starting to backfire a little bit for him, and he's starting to drop off the pace. Then we go back to Nicola in car number 17, who's in 5th position. And there's only 2 to go for the race leader, Paul O'Neill, and he's doing it quite comfortably. He's come up to Bailey, the slower driver. Tanya Peacock in 3rd spot. She can't get any closer to Polster, who's holding down that 2nd position. Now Bailey's starting to hamper O'Neill. Out to the outside he goes now to go cruise around the outside of Bailey, and he'll go down back straight away for the last time in this heat number 6, and looks like he'll grab the victory out of turn 4 for the last time. And Paul O'Neill from Lismore, he takes out heat number 6 ahead of the 37 of Polster. Then comes Tanya Peacock in 3rd placing. The 21 of Lodge will be next. Then came Nicola, the Victorian, in car number 17. Then we'd have to go to the 12 car of Bailey for 6th spot, the 32 of Barnes and the 53 car of Al Starling will round off the top 8, 3 minutes 5.024, the time recorded for heat number 6, and the win went to the 35 of Paul O'Neill.
So let's have a look at them as we saw them. 35 first, Paul O'Neill. Second, 37, Shane Polster. Third, 47, Tanya Peacock. Fourth, 21, John Lodge. Fifth, 17, Michael Nicola. Sixth, 12, Russell Bailey. Seventh, 32, Harold Barnes. Eighth, 53, Al Starling. So the 35 car, Paul O'Neill, scores 36 points, taking his progressive total to 59, and he shares the lead with John Pine. 37, Shane Polster scored 28 points to go to 34. 47, Tanya Peacock, 23 points, goes to 31. 21, John Lodge, 17 points, 27. 12, Russell Bailey, 10 points, goes to 15. 32, Harold Barnes, 8 points, goes to 12. And 53, Al Starling, 6 points, also goes to 12. So as we see it in the tower, Paul O'Neill and John Pine both have 59 points. And Ron Pine has 56 points. As we head for Heat 7. About to go. And Ben Ludlow and Stewie Robertson, the Western Australian versus the Newcastle driver. And Ben Ben Ludlow. He's been at the Motordrome before. In fact, he and Stu Robertson struck up a bit of a mateship over a period of time. And Stewie Robertson now on the inside of Ben Ludlow, about to try and serve it up to him as they go into turn 1. He lost it, Robbo! Oh, he's got to try and keep his car on the racetrack, and he did, and he was lucky to do so. And Ben Ludlow's the race leader. Stu Robertson made the mistake. Third place being held by 49 Larry Nelson. Then comes John Brown. He's in fourth place after winning a heat earlier tonight, so he'll be looking to make up some more ground. Right behind him in fifth place, we've got the ACT car, Ross Brims. Alan Baker's made a problem on the inside. And Alan Baker has had a spin in the middle of turn 1, 2. And we're just getting an indication from the marshals that the black flag has gone out on the 23 car, Bevan Collins from Queensland. I'll clarify from the officials what that black flag was for.
This gives an opportunity for some of the cars to wheel back that advantage that was starting to be set out by Ludlow. Stu Robertson now is right back on his hammer. There's still 9 laps to go. This will be a single file restart. Getting ready for the start.
And they're racing, and Ben Ludlow, Stewie Robertson. Then, as I said, Larry Nelson, followed by John Brown. Ross Brims is in fifth place. Here's Robbo on the inside of Ludlow. He's taken advantage of the restart. Robertson on the inside and Ludlow on the outside. They rub doors going out of turn 4. And Ludlow tries to come back on the inside of Robertson out of turn 2. Robertson from Newcastle. Ludlow from Western Australia. It's a 2-car war up front. And Larry Nelson from Queensland starts to join in. John Brown from Newcastle starts to look for some space to move. Then Ross Brims followed by Alan Baker. Then there's a gap to Michael Hickey, Robert Burke, Neil Wasson and Barry Lee tails out the field. Down main straightaway, half race distance gone, and Stu Robertson starts to move away.
Oh, this is one of the better heats, Ross. They're really starting to mix it up front. Stewie started to clear out, but look at the scrap going on for the Miners. Nelson starting to put the pressure right to Ludlow. Oh, Stewie Roberts overcooked it again. Up onto the infield, though. This time he had a bit, shouldering his way. Ludlow's gone. The car's died on him. Oh, that's bad luck for Ludlow. He was coming second. Now he finds himself high on the track, and he's got troubles. Back into second spot now. Nelson will move up. John Brown shuffles one up to third placing, and then right behind him we've got the Lismore driver Ross Brims, followed by Alan Baker, who's starting to put the pressure to Brims now. A couple of battles starting to develop back for those minor placings. Stu Robbo's got the race lead. All he's got to do is hold it together. He's a bit better this time round. Back in second spot, John Brown on the inside. Brownie's having a crack at Nelson. Can he get him into turn 1, 2? He's gone. There goes Baker and Brims, and I think Baker helped him round. Well, the light comes on, and this will be very interesting indeed.
And the Chief Steward has made his decision. Ross Brims to the rear of the field. Alan Baker back in his place. So, as Joel's pointed out, the heat starting to tell as the pressure mounts on drivers to pick up points.
And Stu Robertson, the local lad, he's going to lead them away with 3 laps left to go in the race restart. Nelson in second spot. And John Brown, watch for Brownie. He'll try and make a move on Nelson to get up to make it a 1-2, or if he can, they get the green flag. He was a little bit slow to react. Alan Baker finds himself up in 4th position. So they move off now with 3 to go. Stu Robertson leads. Nelson in second spot. He got a little bit wide down back straight away. Brown on the inside waiting to capitalise on any little mistake that Nelson makes. He's sweating on him. He's going to wait for Nelson to make the tiniest little mistake and he'll be all over him. Brown on the inside. Nelson just a little little bit up track, but he's still holding on to second spot. Stu Robertson leads. Nelson in second. 1 lap to go. John Brown back in third spot. Alan Baker's in fourth position. This has been a great heat. One of the best so far, in my opinion. Stu Robertson down back straight away. Nelson in second spot. Stewie's going to hold him out, though, and this is a good drive by Robertson. Down to the line he comes, and Stu Robertson, he takes out the heat ahead of the 49 car in second spot, who came out very quickly of Nelson. He held on to it, though, ahead of Brown in the 6th. Then came the 13 car of Alan Baker. Hickey was next in the 10. Robert Burke was next across the line ahead of Ross Brims. And Wasson, followed by Barry Lee, will be the final placings. No time recorded due to the race stoppage, but a great heat, a very exciting heat. And the race win has gone to our very own car number 4, Stu Robertson.
No time taken on the race as we move to heat 8 on the track. But Stu Robertson scores 36 points, takes his total to 53. 49, Larry Nelson scored 28 points, takes his total to 38. 6, John Brown, 23 points, taking his total to 59 and a share of the point score lead. 13, Alan Baker, 17 points for a total of 34. 10, Michael Hickey, 13 points for a total of 21. 15, Robert Burke, 10 points for a total of 15. 52, Ross Brims, 8 points for a total of 25. 14, Neil Wasson, 6 points for a total of 14. And 8, Barry Lee, 5 points for a total of 18. So 3 drivers, according to us, share the point score lead. John Brown, John Pine and Paul O'Neill as the green light comes on and shoots them away for heat number 8 in main straightaway, and that involved Wayne Randall, the Queenslander. More trouble over in turn 4. 3 cars having a nice old spin out, and Robert Gray, who at one stage had the 12-lap track record, did have the lead, but there's been some action. Cross flags for a complete restart. 3 heat winners showing in this heat: Gray, Vosbergen and Francis. Boy, it just gets tougher. Now, Wayne Randall also did well in his heat too, didn't he? Finish second. So, crikey. Somebody's going to stay on top of the point score heap. Somebody's going to take a bit of a backward step here, come what may. Because we've got 4 leading point scoring drivers. Now, there's a driver out of position. Kingsley Jones must go to the rear. He had trouble before going to the rear of the field. And he reckons it's a hell of a long way to come to go to the back. So, Kingsley Jones not happy with Newcastle, or not happy with the Chief Steward anyhow. There's the green flag, away they go. And Robert Gray on the inside. Lindsay Hawkins, the Queenslander, on the outside. Oh, they touched, and Steve Francis said, well, thank you. Just gave me the opening that I needed, and I'm off and going. Thank you very much. The Yank said thanks, and down main straight away, Steve Francis grabs the lead. Here's Kingsley Jones slamming into the wall at the exit to turn 4, and the yellow light is on.
Well, Ross, I think he just vented some of his frustration. He tried to tack onto the back of Randall, and he just mistimed it and found himself heading towards the concrete wall. And I think he might be the man that, well, it looks like the tow truck might be needed. No, it's starting to fire. But I think he was the man that caused the incident. Just tried to tack onto the back of Randall and completely missed. And as you can see, connected the concrete wall.
Away they go. Robert Gray got wide. Steve Francis got onto the back end of him. Francis decides to attack him on the outside. Gray on the inside. Francis, I think, will tuck back in. No, he doesn't. He tries to outbrake Robert Gray. A piece of bodywork flying in front of a car. Gee, that was dangerous. A piece of bodywork came off a car. I thought it was going to get hooked up on the windscreen of the Bert Vosbergen car there for a moment. And that bodywork was very, very dangerous. And it looked as if it was just going to, like a big sheet of paper, it was going to tack onto the front of Vosbergen's car. So we'll have another restart. So we've got Robert Gray, Steve Francis, Lindsay Hawkins. Robert Carrick wants to get in beside Lindsay Hawkins, and Hawkins doesn't want to let him in. Carrick's still pushing away at Lindsay Hawkins. They're having a real shove, these two. So the chief steward asking the scrutineer to have a look at the back of the Lindsay Hawkins car, because with that bodywork so the scrutineer said it'll be okay. The lights are out. And now they're green. I don't think Francis will elect to take Gray on the outside again. But I tell you what, he's made an absolute mug out of me, and it's not the first time it'll happen, nor probably will it be the last. Steve Francis, the United States driver, has grabbed the lead. 2 starts, on his way to 2 wins. 10 more laps of the Motordrome to go. And I tell you what, he'll just settle into a groove now. The American, oh, there's a car getting into trouble, didn't get very wide. And Wayne Randall from Queensland got up on the inside. He's looking for 3rd placing at the moment, Randall. Robert Carrick trying to avoid it, but Carrick's gone. Carrick sold out. Oh, there. And the 2 West Australian drivers, Kingsley Jones and Bert Vosbergen, have had a coming together, all because of Robert Carrick. Oh, gee. Kingsley Jones has reckoned he's bought a truckload of lemons with him to Newcastle. He's having a sour night tonight.
Poor old Vosbergen, Ross, he copped the backwash there.
Complete innocent partner, wasn't he?
And he looks like he might have the one with the most damage. Kingsley Jones has climbed all over the top of that car. Straight over the front. Looks like he might have damaged some steering.
Yeah.
Just checking out the car.
And it was all because Robert Carrick lost it. Carrick was trying to follow through on the inside. He's trying to follow Wayne Randall. He made the first move through on the inside pass. Carrick saw the opportunity to go, and Robert Carrick sold out, and he goes to the rear of the field. So we'll have Steve Francis up front. Behind him, the Western Australian Robert Gray. Then the Queenslander Wayne Randall. Then Dave Nichols, the Tasmanian. Lindsay Hawkins is in 5th place. Robert Carrick should be at the rear of the field, so Kingsley Jones will go in front of him. And Bert Vosbergen, the other Western Australian driver, just seeing as to whether he can get fired up and back into the action. But the tow trucks are hanging around like hawks at the moment. It's where there'd been an accident on the highway. They're queued up. So they have made a decision that it'll have to be a tow truck job for the Western Australian Bert Vosbergen, who for around about 5 minutes tonight was a new track record holder.
That really is dreadful luck, Ross. It was through no fault of his own. He's been put out of the heat altogether. He was very strong. I was very impressed with the win earlier on tonight. Just throwing the car around the track. It seemed to have all the power, and now he finds himself winched up onto the tow truck, and there's no doubt that he will not be a very happy man.
No way. Particularly with the car going so well, so quick. And aren't these cars going quick on what we believe now to be the fastest quarter mile oval in Australia? The Wins Newcastle Motordrome. We are currently in round 2 of the qualifying heats, and that's a start. Steve Francis got away to a terrific advantage over Robert Gray, then Wayne Randall, followed by Dave Nichols, Lindsay Hawkins and Robert Carey. Now they're the only 6 cars running, and there's still 10 laps to go of this controversial heat number 8. But the United States driver, Steve Francis, has already had one heat win. He'll now start to just put down some look-see the Motordrome laps, feel out the car, get the feel for the big 40 lapper tomorrow night. And who knows, for the first time, we might see an overseas driver capture the Australian title. No overseas visitor has ever won the crown, and this could be the first man to do it. Steve Francis from the United States. Robert Gray from Western Australia running second. He held the track record for a very brief time. Around about 5 minutes as well, his time lasted, until John Pine arrived on the scene. He's being really hounded by Wayne Randall, the Queenslander, in the little rotary RX-7, and in fact, Randall's really starting to make Robert Gray work at it.
Yes, he certainly is, Ross. He's starting to put the pressure right to Gray. He's searching for the opening on the inside. You can see Gray likes to hang the back out a bit as he comes into the turns. And Randall notices that he sticks low on the track, waiting for that little opening to come his way, and he'll be through into second spot. But Gray, to his credit, is holding that second placing down, and he's making Randall work very, very hard to grab that second away. Randall in third. We go back to fourth spot, and it's Hawkins in car number 41. Then comes Nichols the Tasmanian in fourth spot, and Robert Carey tailed right off, but it's all important to finish to pick up the points. Steve Francis, though, the United States driver, well out in front, but the battle continues for second spot between Gray in the 24 car and also behind him Randall, who's chased hard. There's a little opportunity for Randall, but he couldn't quite capture it. On the inside, Gray came back at him on the outside, and he holds second spot. And looked for a minute that Randall might have had him down back straight away, but he just couldn't quite get the power under the ground and get up on the inside of Gray. Now he looks like he might get him down back straight away. Gray on the outside. Randall on the inside. Oh, he climbed over the top of him. Around went Gray, and Randall as well has parked it into the side of Gray's car.
Who'd want to be a chief steward?
Well, I would hate to call that one, Ross. It really was close racing.
Wasn't it?
And all of a sudden, around went Gray, and Randall went into the side. And as you said, I'll sit back for this one and just let the chief steward make all the decisions. He might have to go to the third umpire.
So we need Wayne Randall to drop in behind Robert Gray. And we've got them grouped up, 6 cars for 2 more laps of Heat 8.
Francis decides to put the foot down, and he gets the green light, and he leads the charge off with 2 laps to go. Gray in second spot. Randall was a little bit slow to react. Behind him, Hawkins in car number 1. The one on the side, that's the Queensland number 1. And he's behind him, Nichols, the Tasmanian, and Robert Carrick tailed off. 1 to go, though, for the American, Steve Francis. And boy, is he driving well tonight. We saw him in the Test match series. We haven't seen him in race action. And boy, he's turning it on, starting to pull away from the rest of the field. And he'll come down to take the checkered flag. The United States 7, Steve Francis is the race winner up on the line. Oh, Randall had a throw, but Gray just held on from Randall, who came very quickly at the end and tried to sneak up on the inside. Then came Hawkins behind them. He finished in 4th spot, with Nichols in 5th placing and 6th spot. The only other car to finish was Robert Carrick in car number 16. No time recorded due to the race stoppages, but the heat win has gone to the United States driver, the number 7 of Steve Francis.
Okay, so 8 heats down. Every driver has had 2 heats. As we saw them in that heat, 7, Steve Francis first. 2nd, 24, Robert Gray. 3rd, 36, Wayne Randall. 4th, 41, Lindsay Hawkins. 5th, 3, Dave Nichols. And 6th, 16, Robert Carey. No time taken on the race. So Steve Francis takes the outright point score lead. 2 starts, 2 wins, a maximum of 72 points. Okay, here we go, some more light-hearted action. Whoa, not so much light-hearted for the car that stopped right on the front row of the grid. That was the 64 car. Wham, there's a crunch. Shuey's the guy that's copped it. Oh dear. He cops more than I cop at home for not washing up. Coming down main straight away. Let's have a look who's got the lead. It's Jamie Ralston. Well, he had it momentarily. The 36 car's taking it up now. That's Darren Russell. Oh, look out. Look at Shuey. They're coming to get you. But no, Darren Russell snookered by Shuey. At least he didn't collide with him. And he avoided the action. Our race leader is the 2 of Jamie Ralston, followed by the 33 of Steve West, 26 Steve Ralston, 35 Darren Horton. So our race leader is the number 2 car going past the Hunter Communications scoreboard and timer. He leads out. Jamie Ralston, Steve West, Steve Ralston and Darren Horton. 1, 2 and 3. Whoa, there's a spin out. Clarkie's unloaded Rodney. Boys, tell you what, Jamie Ralston's driven straight over the front of him. He got airborne there, Jamie Ralston, going down back straight away. Now he's unloaded Clarkie out of the road. Oh, Clarkie spun right in front of Darren Horton. Darren Russell's parked it right underneath the cameraman. The cameraman said, what the hell's going on here? Somebody's run over my toe. Still, Jamie Ralston in the 2 car has the lead. Clarkie's going to get going again. Hit the concrete wall. Steve West went up onto the infield. Steve Ralston's trying to get up there and mix it up. Oh, Clarkie's just unloaded Steve West. Slammed right into the back end of him. Well, the checkered flag's going to come out, and Jamie Ralston is going to grab it. The 2, Jamie Ralston, he's first. 2nd place to the 26, Steve Ralston, a Ralston Quinella. 3rd place to the 33, Steve West, and that's about all we'll need. 2 minutes, 16.424. And Jamie Ralston grabs the checkered flag for the Apollo Batteries Stock Car Tap Tap Derby. So here's our superstar for the night, Brad Cameron, with Chris Alcorn, who stuck right with him the previous race. Now, because of the combination, we're having 6 laps here for the Tui's Tetron Engineering Formula 500s, race number 2 for them, or race number 3 actually, their 3rd race of the night. Keep an eye on those couple of cars at the back of the pack. And away they go, getting away from a good start. Chris Alcorn right up around the outside. He's past 1, he's past 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's still going. He's round the outside. He's about to grab the lead, but the yellow lights come on. Wow, that was going to be one heck of a start by Chris Alcorn, but somebody lost part of the car. Some piece of car came adrift. Glenn Gilson also got away really well from the second row of the grid. And Chris Alcorn, who made an absolute flyer of a start, will now go back around to the tail of the field and try and do it all again. So they group up. The Formula 500s launching the second half of our program for qualifying night on the WINS Australian Super Sedan Championships. Away they go. This time Brad Cameron elects to hook onto the back of Chris Alcorn. He saw his move he made last time. Alcorn's blasted up to second place. Cameron's gone up to 6th. There's Baxter making a move out of the pack as well. And have a look at the High Flyers race towards the lead. Down main straight away, Chris Alcorn grabs the lead at the end of the first lap. Now we'll see whether Brad Cameron can do something about coming from behind. Brad Cameron about to get the split on the couple of cars in front of him. Through on the inside of Glenn Gilson. Gilson comes back. Cameron goes through to second place. Baxter's running third. Lloyd Thorley gets up to fourth. Fifth place is Glenn Gilson. Forget the rest. Have a look at Chris Alcorn. He's off and running. Down main straight away. 3 laps to go. It's all Chris Alcorn.
Oh, it's all Alcorn. Cameron can't get close enough to him. Back in third spot, Lloyd Thorley. He's struggling to keep up with the pace, and behind him, the 32 car of Baxter, and that's Michael Baxter holding down 4th spot. This will be interesting to see the time with only 2 laps to go. Out in front, Chris Alcorn has absolutely shot the rest of the field to pieces. He's starting to pick up the slower cars and put them down lap after lap. He's only got 1 to go. Chris Alcorn in car 30. This has been a huge effort by Alcorn. He got the jump, he got the race lead within the space of a lap, and he's going to come down to take the checkered flag. This is a great drive, and what a great performance. Chris Alcorn in car number 30. He takes the race win. We go right back to 7, and he's no slouch. Brad Cameron, he picks up the second spot, nearly half a lap down. Lloyd Thorley was next, followed by Michael Baxter. Then came David Baxter in the 31. The 24 of Campbell is there as well. And the last couple to straggle across the line will include Gilson and Knott and also Millington. Time 1:28.122. About 3 seconds, I think, outside the track record, which is held by Brad Cameron. But a great drive and a very, very impressive win. And it goes to car number 30. Let's give him a round of applause because he really does deserve it. Chris Alcorn.
Yeah, good drive, Chris. Great drive. A new car for him this season. He has been a bit of a battler in the Formula 500 ranks, but he's upped his game. Brand new piece of equipment. And he's starting to reap the rewards of, I guess it's certainly a bigger monetary effort that he's having to put into Formula 500 racing, but he's starting to really reap the results. Lights are out. This is heat 9 in the last round for the night tonight. And racing in the 1996 WINS Australian Super Sedan Championships, and Newcastle's Neil Wasson has the lead. Out of turn 2, Alan Baker tucks up into second place. The Victorian Michael Nicola looking for an outside pass, not quite getting it. Ross Prims, the ACT driver. It's the 23 of Bevan Collins, the Queenslander, going up into third place. Oh, but Alan Baker gave Neil Wasson the go-by as if he was standing still past the Hunter Communications timer. John Pine on fire. That's fuel built up in the exhaust system. A build-up of fuel. The back of the car is caught on fire. He's got a fire in the fuel tank. The fuel tank's on fire. On the Australian champ, Ron Pine.
Maybe a very dangerous situation, Ross. He jumps out of the car. It's still there, the build-up. The fire brigade are quickly onto it, our in-field fire unit. And they've extinguished the flames, but that could have been a very, very nasty situation.
Well, Ron's out of the car. He's walking across towards the ambulance officers. It looks like he's all right. The ambulance officer has had a chat with him. He said, no, I'm okay. But the stewards are still having a look at the incident.
Well, Ross, Ron has got the luxury of being put straight into the final no matter what, but he's not going to be real happy with what's going on.
So Neil Wasson, Alan Baker. Well, things have gone pretty much according to Hoyle as far as the first 7 or so heats were concerned. But now we're starting to get, as I said, this all-important third round. The lights are out. We're set for a start. Neil Wasson and Alan Baker on the front row. We still haven't clocked a lap. Alan Baker got away to a dream start, and Ben Ludlow from Western Australia shot up into second place. Robert Burke is third. Oh, John Pine, he's had a hit with the concrete wall. He's tried to come back away from it. Almost got a touch with Bevan Collins from Queensland. Up on the outside, Pine goes through to fourth place. And so we've got Alan Baker, Ben Ludlow, Robert Burke, John Pine, Neil Wasson in fifth place. Sixth place is Bevan Collins. Seventh place being held by the 15 of... that's Burke. So the third car's Paul O'Neill, the one I'm getting confused with the other number 5, the 2 red number 5s. It's actually Paul O'Neill. My apologies to Paul. He's up in fourth place, but John Pine got through on the inside of Paul O'Neill. And O'Neill coming back at Pine. Pine on the inside. O'Neill looking for the pass up on the outside. Oh, but unfortunately the yellow light's back on. And black flag going out to the white car, roof number 23. Bevan Collins is about to cop the black flag. And I think that might be the second time Bevan Collins has copped the black flag this evening.
Second time too that I've actually, they haven't come back and argued. He's just gone straight off onto the infield.
So we're grouping them up again. 9 laps to go with a single file restart. And we've got Alan Baker, Ben Ludlow from Western Australia. I think you'll probably find that John Pine might have been in third place because... Did they go back a lap? But Paul O'Neill is being told to come up to position 3. And John Pine to position 4. So in goes Paul O'Neill to 3, John Pine back to 4. Lights are out, 9 laps to go in a very controversial heat number 9. Alan Baker gets the green flag. Ben Ludlow right behind. Paul O'Neill making it a nose to Taylor. And John Pine rounds out the freight train as they go into turn 3-4. Alan Baker now going to try and call the shots up front. But boy, you can't afford to take your time and try and relax a little bit, because you've got Ben Ludlow, John Pine and Paul O'Neill climbing right over your boot lid. Alan Baker in the lead. Ben Ludlow from Western Australia, desperate to bag points in this heat. He knows he's got to get big points. He's determined to stay right in behind Baker, because this will put him right back up into the point score calculation. Paul O'Neill running third. John Pine is fourth. They know they've already got big points on the board and they want to add to that big point tally so that they've got the chance of front rows on the grid tomorrow night in the big 40-lap grand final. But Alan Baker, Ben Ludlow, Paul O'Neill and John Pine still running nose to tail.
Oh, they're tightly bunched too. You could nearly throw a tea towel over the lot of them. Oh, a little bit of a touch there for O'Neill. He got out of shape and he drifted off that low line and he's dropped back now to fourth. He's got the power down now up on the high on the track, but John Pine shuts him off and holds down that third spot. He's right on the tail of Ludlow. Out in front it's Alan Baker. Second spot Ludlow. Here comes Pine to make the throw. On the inside now the gap opens up for Pine, but it's shut just as quickly. He had to drop back to third. O'Neill still holding down fourth. Oh, this has been a great scrap from these four up front, and getting closer and closer all the time is the 16 of Robert Carrick. No, sorry, the Victorian 17 of Michael Nicola. Oh, they're still scrapping on up front. John Pine tried to come through on the inside of Ludlow. Ludlow's still holding second spot. All this time Baker's starting to cruise away a little bit and give himself some breathing space. John Pine and Ben Ludlow and also O'Neill sitting waiting for the opportunity, trying to get the drop on these two drivers. Now Pine drifted out a little. O'Neill saw it and tried to come through on the inside but couldn't quite do it, and Nicola starting to join in. Oh, what a great heat on the inside. Pine now of Ludlow. Ludlow comes back across the front. Pine on the inside, got the advantage, got him. Oh, up into second spot. This is a gutsy effort from John Pine. Up to second. Down they come to get the checkered flag. It's going to be Baker who'll take the heat. A very exciting one. John Pine second. Third place, just give it to Ludlow ahead of O'Neill, who was back right off near the line. Nicola was next to cross the line in fifth spot. Then came the ACT 5 of Robert Burke. 14, sorry, of Wasson ahead of Robert Burke, who finished at the tail of the field. No time recorded due to the race stoppages. But a very, very controversial and exciting heat, with the race winner going to the newly Newcastle Club member, car number 13, Al Baker.
And Joel, as you called it in the race too, a very impressive finish by Michael Nicola, the Victorian. He was not on the pace with about 4 or 5 laps to go, but when that checkered flag fell, he was right on bumper bars. First, 13, Alan Baker. Second, 11, John Pine. Third, 9, Ben Ludlow. Fourth, 35, Paul O'Neill. Fifth, 17, Michael Nicola. Sixth, 14, Neil Wasson. Seventh, 15, Robert Burke. Heat 10. 33, Peter Logue. 49, Larry Nelson. 43, Jeff Truan. 3, David Nichols. 44, Bert Vosbergen. 16, Robert Carey. 12, Russell Bailey. 53, Al Starling. Stand by for the start, and we've got it in heat number 10. And it was Larry Nelson from Queensland who went to the lead, chased out by the Tasmanian Dave Nichols. Then comes the Victorian Peter Logue, the Western Australian Bert Vosbergen. Good to see him back in the action after that crash earlier on. Robert Carrick is running fifth. He'll hate the sight of Robert Carrick. He was the result of Vosbergen being crashed out of the race previously, and Russell Bailey half a lap down after only 2 laps completed. But it's Larry Nelson, the race leader. Nelson's gone, drifted right out wide. Nichols tried to come through on the inside of him. Peter Logue's waiting for the pounce on them as well. Robert Carrick's got around Bert Vosbergen. He goes up the fourth. I tell you what, they're really shoving. Here's Robert Carrick. He's gone right round the outside of a lot of them, and Carrick's gone to the lead. Robert Carrick puts a different complexion on the car race. Carrick out in front. They all thought they had the race on the low line, and Carrick said, have a look at this, fellas. You can get up on the outside here, and Carrick is now starting to absolutely rocket away from them. Robert Carrick, he's put a gap in them. Larry Nelson's battling it on for second place. The others won't go round him. They want to try and go through on the inside. Nichols Nichols comes up on the inside. Nelson's still trying to hang on. Nichols is trying to absolutely shovel his way past. It's where he was a cat bulldozer trying to get by him. Then comes Logue, followed by Bert Vosbergen, and Russell Bailey's tail right out. Well, Robert Carey has certainly taught him a lesson on how to race on the new Motordrome circuit. You can get up on the outside, you can make a pass. And the others saw that. He got past a lot of them. Robert Carey leads from Larry Nelson. Then comes the Tasmanian Dave Nichols. Peter Logue starting to drop off the pace a little. And Bert Vosbergen trying to make a move on the inside. Now Nichols sees the gap on Larry Nelson and got by him. So Nichols chases out after Carey. Carrying the leader with 5 more laps to run.
Oh, Robert Carey showing some local track knowledge to use it to his full advantage to take the lead. But here comes Nichols hiking the wheel. He's getting it up off the ground down back straight away, and he's going to start to put the pressure right to Robert Carey. He says you're not going to have it that easy, and he's going to start to put the screws right on him. Carey in front, Nichols in second spot, the Tasmanian. Look at him lift that wheel up on the inside. He comes, and that's good driving by Nichols. He's got the race lead away from Carrick now, and they'll only have 3 to go from here. Nichols leads, Carrick in second spot. Then comes the 49 of Nelson back in third placing. Then behind him, trying to give chase, up on the inside, Bert Vosbergen tried to dive through and grab him, but just couldn't quite get the inside pass. 2 laps left to go, and Nichols is cleared out from the rest of the pack. Carrick in second spot. Then comes Nelson, followed by Logue in the 33 car, up in the 4th place, and Vosbergen goes around the slower car, Bailey, and he's in 5th spot. But streaking right away now, Nichols. He's got this race sewn up this heat. Second place is Carrick. It's still a scrap for the miners. It's anyone's go. Third place is Nelson. Then comes the 6 of Logue, followed by Vosbergen trying to get up on the inside, but out of the turn. And this has been a good drive by Nichols. He'll take the checkered flag and the heat win. The Tasmanian takes it out ahead of Carrick in the 16. The 49 of Nelson was next. The 33 of Logue ahead of Vosbergen next in 5th placing. And Bailey will finish in 6th place. No time recorded. And the race win has gone to car number 3 of David Nichols, the Tasmanian. He took a while to settle in, but once he did, he really ran away with the heat.
Yeah, did he ever, Joel? There's no doubt about that. And Dave Nichols scores the win, 3. Dave Nichols, 16. Robert Carrick second. Third, 49, Larry Nelson. 4th, 33, Peter Logue. 5th, 44, Bert Vosbergen. 6th, 12, Russell Bailey. So the cars starting to group up for Heat 11, second last chance to score points tonight. John Brown will be anxious to keep himself right up near the top of the list from this race. So too Tanya Peacock. Steve Stewart, the South Australian, he's also dropped 1 heat tonight, didn't score points in that. He needs to do well. There's the green flag and away they go, and the Queenslander Lindsay Hawkins went straight to the lead. John Lodges running second. Kingsley Jones, is he going to have a happier race here? He's holding down third. Michael Hickey's trapped up on the high line. He's in 4th place. Behind him in 5th place comes Peter Garrett. Then John Brown's worked his way up to 6th. Tanya Peacock is 7th. John Leslight running 8th. He'll want to get more points on the board than that. And the South Australian Steve Stewart still on the back of the pack, and he really does need to pick up some big points. But the Queenslander, Lindsay Hawkins, he's got it fired up and is moving right away. Gee, who's this? Steve Stewart, the South Australian. He charged through on the inside of John Leslight and Tanya Peacock. Now he's had a clip with the concrete wall, comes away from it, and John Leslight and Tanya Peacock got straight by him again. but it's all Lindsay Hawkins. The Queenslanders thanking John Lodge for holding up the rest of the field. Lodge goes into the concrete wall when he saw Kingsley Jones come through on the inside, and I thought Kingsley Jones had made a pretty fair pass. John Lodge tried to go on with it, got the clip on the concrete wall when the back end of the car swung out a little, and then that swung him right around. And 21 John Lodge is being sent to the rear of the field. So interest here, you can see drivers who know that they've dropped a heat, that they've dropped a point score, a point scoring heat. They didn't get anything at all. The likes of Steve Stewart and the likes of Ben Ludlow, who we saw in the previous heat. And you can see Steve Stewart driving very aggressively in this heat because he knows he's got to bag points here to give himself a chance of even getting in the final. Lights are out. And the green comes on, and again the Queensland champ Lindsay Hawkins just races away. The Western Australian Kingsley Jones. It's good to see him having a happier heat. The South Australian Steve Stewart is on the edge of the racetrack and he's stuck there. John Brown made a pile. We've had an accident down here. Giles picked up the fact that Tanya Peacock has had the front end of her car scraped off.
Well, that was a bit of an incident, Ross, involving Peter Garrett and also Michael Hickey. They were all boxing it on in the turn when all of a sudden Tanya's car took a right-hand turn sharply and connected with Hickey, who was high on the track and climbed over the front, and as you can see, as a result, has torn that front right-hand section, just peeled it away.
So the lights are out. Coming into main straight away. They are racing. 9 more laps to go with the Queensland champ Lindsay Hawkins leading the Western Australian Rookie of the Year Kingsley Jones. Then the Newcastle Test Team driver John Brown getting out of the pack and starting to put the pressure on the Western Australian. This will be a good struggle. The struggle between the rookie Kingsley Jones and the very experienced Newcastle driver John Brown. In fact, there's the experience coming out. John Brown goes through to second. Kingsley Jones tucks back down on the racetrack. He doesn't want to allow John Leslight to sneak through and grab another placing. So Lindsay Hawkins leading John Brown, Kingsley Jones, then John Leslight, and they've edged away from Peter Garrett, John Lodge, Steve Stewart and Michael Hickey.
And Leslight now making the challenge for third spot. He tries to come up on the inside of Jones, but he was shut off for room there. He ran out of track and had to tuck in behind. That's where the battle is. Leslight trying to get up on the inside of Jones. Jones tends to drift a little bit, and Leslight's noticing this and trying to get up on the inside to make a pass. Into the turn they go. On the inside, Leslight. On the outside, Jones. Oh, they're racing side by side. Leslight now keeps the foot down to try and gain the advantage. They rub shoulders. A little bit of bumping, a little bit of pushing and shoving. Oh, Jones came across the front. Well, it's come to a head. We'll see if it's play on. And it is, I think. Yes, it's play on the call. So Leslight now moves up to third. And Jones, what a very unhappy night he's having. He finds himself on the infield to watch the rest of this one. Up the front of the race. Hawkins, though, he's starting to clear out. John Brown's trying to reel him in. The local driver, Brownie, he's very talented. Steps from the modified rod ranks into the super sedan ranks and does it with ease. He's in second spot. He'll be happy with the way he's performed tonight so far. Leslight back in third spot, the Lismore driver. Then we've got Stewart, the South Australian. He's clawed his way back up to the fourth spot to try and put some points on the board. Behind him, Lodge, Garrett, and tailed off is Hickey, but there's only one more lap to go, and that's for the race leader, Lindsay Hawkins. He's done it quite easily, the Queensland champ, in this one. Half a lap left to run. John Brown's given chase to his credit, but just couldn't quite reel him in. And Lindsay Hawkins, the Queensland #1, takes the checkered flag and heat number 11 ahead of John Brown. That's a super effort by Brownie to get up ahead of Leslight for third. Then came Stewart, followed by Lodge in the 21, the 5 of Garrett. And the 10 of Michael Hickey will be the only other car to complete the race. No time recorded due to the race stoppages.
And this will wrap it all up. Heat 12. And in this heat, we are scheduled to see 27, Gary Curran. 4, Stu Robertson, one of the leading point scorers. 36, Wayne Randall, another one of the leading point scorers. 37, Shane Paulger. 48, Terry Rickstein. 7, Steve Francis, the leading point scorer, unbeaten tonight. 2 starts, 2 wins. 8, Barry Lee. 32, Harold Barnes. 46, John Rodder. 52, Ross Brims. 39, Bruce Tate. And 24, Robert Gray, another of our leading point scorers. So now this is, I said, the last point scoring heat tonight. Now Wayne Randall having some troubles in the Mazda. Steve Francis is sitting on grid position 6. Robert Gray is out there in this heat as well. They're the top 2 point scorers. The lights out. Oh, there's trouble at the start. Barry Lee and Shane Paulger, the Queenslander, had a bump. Barry Lee has backed it into the wall right in front of Harold Barnes and the Queenslander, Wayne Randall. And we have trouble at the very start of the final point scoring heat tonight. So we'll have to get them regrouped. Well, they're 3 wide on the 3rd row of the grid. Robert Gray wants in. Still 3 wide. But they're away. And Terry Rickstein and Robert Gray, the 2 guys who have travelled one heck of a long way, weren't going to give away to each other. They thought, we'll come all this way. We're not going to start playing mamby-pambies now. This is no place for the faint-hearted. And have a look at the American Steve Francis, who's in 3rd place. I don't think got any chance of catching Stewie Robertson out in front, but he's going to start pegging away at Gary Curran. Gary Curran from Wagga in 2nd. Steve Francis will be anxious to try and get by him. Now he'll use this heat as a real good guide to see how he's going to go in the grand final. Admittedly, if he can be top point scorer, he won't have to worry about getting past slower cars. As he moves up on the outside of Gary Curran, he'll have a go at him down main straight away, I would reckon. Up on the outside, Steve Francis. Down on the inside, Gary Curran. Francis got him in main straight away. Out of turn 2, he keeps the boot down. Now we'll see whether he can really, in a really top driver here at the Motordrome, Stu Robertson. He's given him about 100 metres with 8 laps to go. Can Steve Francis peg back the experienced Stu Robertson in the Falcon? Francis setting out after him. He's looking to have 3 starts and 3 wins. If he can win this heat, it will be a super effort. He'll be the super Steve Francis if he can take this out, because Stu Robertson, steady Eddie up front. He will just settle into a nice groove, and he will be hard to catch. Stu Robertson, Steve Francis, 6 more laps left to run. Gary Curran under pressure from Wayne Randall. The Western Australian Robert Gray, he's starting to feel the pinch and has dropped back through the pack.
Yes, but it's all Stu Robertson. Francis now doesn't seem to be picking up too much ground on Stewie. He's still got the race lead. Francis is in 2nd spot. He's going to try to get... He's getting slowly but surely getting closer, but I think he's going to run out of laps. Back in the field, there's a battle for third spot. Curran, the driver from Wagga, he's up into third. Then on the outside, they're all starting to dice on. Randall's there, Gray as well, and also coming through Ross Grims from Lismore. So they're all boxing on for the minor placings, and this is a great scrap. Back up front, Francis is starting to run down Stu Robertson slowly but surely, but I think he's going to run out of laps. Look at this battle over third place. Holding on's Gary Curran. Then comes Randall, followed by Gray. Then Brims back in fifth placing. Brims is trying to get up on the inside. He used too much of the track. Down back straight away. Still holding on to third is Curran, but giving him all the pressure, and it's coming from Randall in the little RX-7, and gee, doesn't that thing tend to go around this Newcastle Motordrome very quickly. He's tucked right behind Curran. Curran's using the slower driver to snooker him a bit. Now he gets on the gas, but there's only one to go for the race leader. Stu Robertson. Well, Francis has got closer to him, but he's not going to wheel him in. Down back straight away for the final heat of tonight's racing, and out to the turn they come, and it's going to go to a local lad, Stu Robbo. He takes out the heat. Well done, Stewie, ahead of Francis, who chased very, very strongly but couldn't get him. Then we go back to Curran, who'll finish it. Oh, trouble in main straight away. Brims has climbed all over Gray, and the car is up on top of Gray's car. Ross Brims and Gray have come together in the main straightaway, and these two cars are tangled right up, and he's just climbed all over the top and stuck on the top of Gray's car. Well, that wheel's come very close to the driver.
Now the time is a complete lap time, 3 minutes 6.156. Well, Joel, that's going to be a very, very costly situation, I would think, for Robert Gray. I mean, you were calling the action as they came out of that corner, and as I said, Robert Gray holding down fifth place at that time.
Yes, Ross Gray came into the turn, and that was on the final lap, coming out of turn 4. He just got a little bit of a touch with Ross Brims. The car turned sideways and climbed right up to the front of Robert Gray's car, and just got entangled with it, and they both became stuck together right in front of us here in main straightaway. And what happened could have been a very serious incident. The front right-hand wheel of Brims's car came very close to the driver's side of the Robert Gray car, but the incident was very exciting, and what an exciting way to finish off the heat with an incident in main straightaway. Now on the track, we've got our stock car guys back for their last race of the night, and they're about to rock and roll as the green flag falls to send them on their way. And the motley crew, they head down main straightaway and start to bend a little bit of metal as they go into turn 1. And Tank Johnson up the front of the race. I don't know how long Tank will last. I think Clarkey will try to hook onto the back of him coming into the turn and give him the old heave-ho. But, Clarkey's been given the heave-ho. Oh, right across over he goes, up onto the fence. The Clark brothers involved in an incident, and the car on the lid, the 78 car, I think it's Andrew Clark. He copped the backwash of that, and it's the 79 on the lid. And an incident in main straightaway sees the stock cars, Andrew Clark, go up and over in main straightaway. The ambulance service right on the spot, and he's out of the car. Andrew's out and he's okay. But the guys start to settle themselves up, and they get the green flag, and once again they're on their way in our final event, except for Warwick Smith in the 64. He's having a little bit of trouble finding the gears. Now he gets it going, and he's got a lot of catching up to do. But up the front of the race, Steve Ralston has grabbed the lead, and he leads coming down for the first time. A little bit bumpy coming out of turn 3-4, but it's Steve Ralston. He got the race action. Jamie Ralston got sideways. Oh, and Michael T cleaned him up, but he managed to hang on to it. A good piece of driving by Jamie Ralston. I thought he was going for all money. Now Johnson tries to get the spin on Michael T, but he couldn't quite hook onto him. Jamie Ralston comes through on the inside, and now he's got his sights set out after Michael T to see whether he can hook onto the back. No race action. There's Ken Davies trying to get the spin on Hutcho, but he just can't quite put him round as they go past. It looks like a bit of a race at the moment. There's no one in position to put the old heave-ho. Jamie Ralston trying a little bit too hard back in third spot, starting to fishtail a bit as he came down back straight. Tank Johnson back in fourth spot. And no real action from the guys. Steve Ralston starting to run away with the race, and he'll only have 2 to go from here. Michael T in second spot, bouncing out of the turn. Oh, he's gone straight into the wall. Well, he wanted to get home early, but that's the wrong way to go, Michael. The front tyre now flat, so he'll have trouble handling that. Someone unload him quickly. Up onto the infield goes Tank. But our race leader now comes to pass Warwick Smith, and he'll only have 1 to go. That's Steve Ralston. Jamie Ralston in second spot. Daylight in third. Tank Johnson. Whoa, look out, Tank. He nearly went up and over, but he managed to hang on to it and get it back down on the track. But down to the checkered flag, the race win goes to Steve Ralston in the 26 car. Jamie Ralston does a bit of four-wheel driving onto the infield. He's got a flat tyre, but he's going to hang on, I think. Back onto the track, flat tyre and all. He takes second spot. Oh, and nearly got cleaned up for his troubles. Ahead of Hutchinson in the 40, and Tank Johnson in car 51 will round them off. 2 minutes exactly, 0.508. 2 minutes exactly, 0.508. Was the time recorded for our final of the stock cars, brought to us by Better Ride, our second last event on tonight's program. Still 1 more race to go, and that's for our Formula 500s. Their handicap feature coming up, sponsored by Go Karts Go. And the guys gritting themselves up, ready for race action.
Okay, keep an eye on Brad Cameron and Chris Alcorn, the 2 little Formula 500s on the back of the grid. Six laps. They've been right on the pace tonight, these 2 guys. Coming into main straight. Getting away very quickly from the second row of the grid was Glenn Gilson, who took full advantage of a great start, race to the lead. And he's going to cop a caution flag because the steward has said, I saw you try and do a sneak a couple of places, so I'll just give you a caution. I tell you what, there's no caution to Brad Cameron. Wooster, 1 lap. He's shot to the lead, and the slider, the Black Knight. Brad Cameron racing away with it. I'd say he's gunning for a 6-lap record here. Joel will take a look at our statistics and see where they stand, but I'd reckon that's what Brad Cameron's looking for. Looking for a 6-lap record in the Motordrome. I'll tell you what, he'll get it easily. I'll bet you Coca-Cola on this one. Glenn Gilson's in second place. Lloyd Thorley's out of the pack, he's up to third. Then Michael Baxter is fourth, and Chris Alcorn, who was mixing it up with Brad Cameron earlier on tonight, is back in 5th place and doing it hard. There's Lloyd Thorley getting through on the inside of Glenn Gilson. Chris Alcorn and Michael Baxter went with him, but only 2 laps to go for the flyer, Brad Cameron. He is really mobile. Lloyd Thorley's almost half a lap behind. That's how quickly Brad Cameron is going. Oh, this is a sensational performance. 1 more lap to go. If this is not a 6-lap record, then I tell you what, I might even shout you 2 Coca-Colas. Lloyd Thorley's running second, Chris Alcorn's third, then Michael Baxter. But coming into main straight away, what a sensational victory. The checkered flag drops, and it's a great win to Brad Cameron. Now, second place will go to Chris Alcorn, third place to Lloyd Thorley, fourth is Michael Baxter, and then comes Knott in the 93. The rest of them, it's David Baxter in the 31, then Knott, and then Brian Phillips on the tail of the field. Glenn Gilson off the track in a time of 1 minute 30.955. So how did I go for that record, Joel?
Very, very close, Ross. Let's give him a round of applause, though. Brad Cameron in car 57. Well done, Brad. He's taken out the feature. very close, Ross. Only 5 seconds off the pace. So
Okay.
probably about a fortnight away, but no, he was travelling very quickly indeed.
Okay, that wraps it up for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The first night of our WINS Australian Super Sedan Championship. 3 rounds of the qualifying heats have been decided, and according to us, the leading point scorer, the United States driver Steve Francis, with 100 points from tonight's competition. And Stu Robertson from Newcastle, with 89 points, is in second place on the scoreboard, with John Brown and John Pine, 2 other Newcastle drivers, camped right up in the top 4. We hope you've enjoyed the presentation of the heats tonight. We look forward to your company again tomorrow night on a big carnival atmosphere night tomorrow night for the grand final of the Australian Super Sedan Championships. But from the great people at WINS and the promotion of the WINS Newcastle Motordrome, Ross Allen and Joel Allen wishing you all a very good night, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
Newcastle International Motordrome. The champions are home at the Motordrome. Your heart starts racing.
Your pulse is pumping.
Everyone's a winner when the wheels start spinning at the Motordrome.
Fun and excitement for all the family.
Newcastle International Motordrome. Champions are home at the Motordrome. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Where all the action is.
The rubber is burning.
Ooh, the track comes alive.
The motors are revving. It's heavy metal heaven, and they're ready to roar.
Fun and excitement for all the family.
Newcastle International Motordrome. Champions are home at the Motordrome. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Where all the action is.
The champions are charging.
But the challenger is hot.
It's the battle of wills. It's the thrills and spills. It's the Motordrome.
Fun and excitement for all the family.
Newcastle International Motordrome. Champions are home at the Motordrome. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Where all the action is.
Newcastle International Motordrome.
Ooh, yeah.
Newcastle. Newcastle. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Nothing like the stir of a fantastic pipe band, and this is one of the best in the state of New South Wales and indeed Australia. The City of Newcastle RSL Pipe Band, which you again, ladies and gentlemen, thank them very much for getting us away to a stirring start to our WINS 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships. An official welcome to everybody on behalf of the promotion of the Newcastle Motordrome. Our promoter Peter Gabriel promoting his 3rd Australian title here at this track. And that, I think, speaks volumes for the fact that this track is hosting its 3rd successive title. Those of you who were here last night saw some absolutely great racing, close racing, fast racing, super fast racing on a track that's become now the fastest quarter-mile oval in the country. We've got a great program lined up tonight to decide who is going to be Australia's #1, to decide who's going to be one of the blue ribbon champions in Speedway. Perhaps surpassed this event in the years gone by with some great champions, and we're going to have a talk to the defending champion in just a moment. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the current president of the Australian Saloon Car Federation, a gentleman who's worked very hard behind the scenes to ensure that this Australian Championship is successful as the ones have been in the past. He's from Victoria, the current president. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to Newcastle, Mr. Doug Carson. Doug, great to have you here in Newcastle, and I know this is one of the moments that your federation looks forward to all year long.
Yes, thanks, Ron. This is an excellent program tonight. We have the last round of heats. It's on the best circuit that I've seen for a long time on a speedway. Certainly a big eye-opener for a lot of people who have been to Newcastle in previous years to come to this magnificent setup here tonight. Ron Pine, the current champion, had a few problems last night, but he's still well up in the point standing, and I'm sure you're going to see some excellent racing from Ron and all the other competitors tonight.
Doug, we'd like to thank all of your hard-working officials, because the fans that sit on the hill certainly see all the competitors, but there is a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. Work with promoters, work with associations, various state bodies. So thank you very much to you and your staff for assisting us in putting together what's been an absolutely quality field, and I know you're going to enjoy the conduct of the championships, and we'll look forward to seeing you back a little later on when we've got 1, 2 and 3 on the dais. You're going to give us an early tip from the president?
My tip is Stuart Robertson.
Okay, you've heard it. He's gone for a local driver. Ladies and gentlemen, particularly Newcastle fans, how about we give this guy a big cheering support tonight? He's going to defend that title, our own Ron Pine. Ron, first of all, before we have a chat about last night, for those of the fans who weren't here last night, you are the defending champion. You won the title at Claremont in Perth last year, and nobody's ever been able to put together back-to-back championships. So history's against you, but I know you're going to be giving it one hell of a shot, not only for Newcastle and the Newcastle fans, but for a whole lot of hard-working crew that have been behind you for a long time.
Yes, talking about the crew, none of us have slept. I mean, I had a couple of hours through the early hours of the morning because we sustained a fair bit of damage last night in the last round of heats. Everybody puts a lot into these races. We won it in Perth last year. We were second the year before in Brisbane and third the year before that in Tasmania. I'm finding it awfully hard to stay at that level of racing, and especially here at Newcastle, because this is the toughest Australian title that I've contested in all the last 5 that I've done, including Bendigo the year before that. So I think that the track preparation will come into it a lot. I've got a long haul because I'm a fair way back after last night. I'll be probably starting out of 8 or 9 depending on the last heat. At the worst, I'll start 12. But nobody can run from the rear like Rev and Ron, and I'm sure a lot of people know that, and I'm confident in myself. And I've had a bit of practice coming from the rear in the last few months here, but the car is very good, it's very strong. I'd like to thank Castrol, Auto One, Wattle Spartan. They're the people that get me there. My family for letting me put so much into this, and I really appreciate the time to say this because it comes from my heart, and I'd like to thank my pit crew very much. Thank you.
We wish you all the best of luck tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The current Australian champion, he is from Newcastle, from the Cessnock area. For those of you who are locals, you know what I'm talking about. And you visitors, he's certainly been one of the top drivers here for a long, long time. Speaking of people visiting our Wings Newcastle Motordrome, we'd like to thank Wings for their support. They have backed us as a major sponsor for this season. They've backed these championships, and with their support we've been able to present a quality field, a top-class field, and in just a moment we're going to conduct our grand parade, and we're going to let you see the cars that will be contesting the series tonight. Last night we ran 3 qualifying heats of competition, and those drivers who contested competition last night built up a series of points. There's one more round of heats to go tonight. Round 4, there'll be 4 heats in that round, and at the end of those 4 heats, the highest 18 point scorers will go into the 40-lap grand final. After last night's heats, it was Steve Francis from the United States who was the leading point scorer. He goes into tonight's qualifying heats on 100 points, leading as the point scorer. The leading point scorer at the end of the rounds will start from pole position in the 40-lap grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, would you now please get ready to give a big cheer and give a big wave to your favourite drivers. We've got a lot of interstate people. Let me hear all you interstaters. Where are you all? Yes, yeah, we got you. We know you're there. We've got a lot of people from Western Australia. I know a lot of people have come over in a contingent from there. Welcome to all you people from right across the other side of Australia. Wherever you've come from these titles, we really are happy to have you here. We'd like to think that a Newcastle driver can win the title, but we're pretty good sports here in Newcastle. We really do We do enjoy having you. These are the people who worked hard behind the scenes last night too. Our crews from the ambulance service and our regular track staff and track crew here at the Wins Newcastle Motordrome. They did a fantastic job last night to have the track racing well for all of the heats of competition. And they're here to work hard behind the scenes again tonight. And then we've got the lead up of the cars coming from all over Australia, from coast to coast, to decide who's going to be number one. Will it be, as we just spoke to, Ron Pine in the number one car, Australia number one? We've got Steve Stewart from South Australia. We've got Dave Nichols from Tasmania carrying the roof number 3. We've got Terry Rickstein from the Northern Territory carrying roof number 48. Steve Francis, the point score leader in roof number 7. Ben Ludlow, the Western Australian champion, roof number 9. Robert Gray and Bert Vosbergen, also both from Western Australia. Then we've got the Victorian contingent. Peter Logue is there. He ran very, very strongly last night. Roof number 17 from Victoria. That's Michael Nicola, wearing car number 16, but he drove very well in his heat. Queensland champion Lindsay Hawkins goes past us now, with Wayne Randall in the little Mazda RX-7 rotary-powered car. Larry Nelson from Queensland. Shane Polger is there as well. And what about it, Newcastle? Here's the New South Wales contingent, headed up by the New South Wales champ, John Pine. And we've got Harold Barnes, he's there. From Wagga, we've got Gary Curran. Tanya Peacock, the lovely lady of Speedway. She's there carrying roof number 47. We've got Stewie Robertson. He's the president's tip for the title tonight. He's carrying roof number 4. We've got John Leslight down from Lismore. John Lodge from our Newcastle club. Paul O'Neill from Lismore ran very well last night. Peter Garrett. John Brown, who did very well. Alan Baker's there in the 13 car. And ladies and gentlemen, the 3 trophies that the guys will be shooting for tonight, there they are in the back of our VD printers. The lovely ladies carrying the trophies that the drivers will be competing for, running 1, 2 and 3 tonight. That's it. That's our grand parade of cars. You've seen some of the champs that are going to compete tonight. As I said, coast to coast, and from Tasmania included too. Dave Nichols is in there from across the Bass Strait. Steve Francis going past us now. Steve is the current point score leader, as I said, after the heats were conducted last night. One more round of heats to go, and then our 40-lap grand final. For Wins, we've got an absolutely fantastic Australian championship for you. So we're going to go racing. Joel, are you ready for this championship night tonight?
I certainly am, Ross, and a big welcome to everyone that's travelled here tonight and everyone that's turned out at our Wins Newcastle Motordrome to see what is the big finale to the Australian Championships for 1996, brought to us by Wins, the great proud sponsor here of our circuit, and it's great to have them on board as well. They've been a great supporter of speedway racing in the Newcastle Hunter Valley area, and we thank them for their support. But geez, I really am looking forward to tonight's final round of point scoring, and then we get into our big grand final, the big 40-lapper, and hopefully we can get one of our local guys to bring home the Australian title. It would be great to see, but we'll have to contend with a very strong interstate contingent. You heard Ross before mention some of the drivers that were here. We saw them last night. For those people that were here last night, we saw some absolutely fantastic heat racing, and we'll be set for more of that action tonight. As Ross said, one more round of point scoring heats, 4 heats in the round. Then we get down to the business of finding out who will be the 1996 Wins Australian Super Sedan champion. We've got a support program on as well tonight. We've got the leader sprint cars supporting us and also our street stock division. So they'll be on the card as well to break up the Super Sedans for this Australian title. But I really have been looking forward to this. It's great to see so many people turn out too, because this really is the cream of Super Sedan drivers from all over Australia. You will not see better. And this is a great opportunity for those Speedway fans to get out and see some really great racing.
So cars grouping up for the Cardiff Discount Paints Leader Car Invitation. In fact, with Cardiff Discount paint going all over my house at the moment, thanks to Henry. But the cars grouping up, ready to race. Coming into the start zone, and they've got a green flag and are racing very quickly out of the traps, the 92 car, and that's Robert Haddo. Not a bad record at the Motordrome, Robert Haddo. He's been chased out by Kevin Begg. We've got trouble. The Top Gun, Mel Guy, currently ranked on our Hunter Communications rankings as the #1 leader car driver here at the Motordrome track, and he's made a #1 mistake going into turn 1-2. I missed the incident, Joel. Did you happen to catch it?
No, I didn't, Ross, but very unusual for Mel Guy to make a mistake. He's obviously just gone into that turn a little bit too hard, and the back's come around. He's just backed it into the concrete wall. Doesn't look like too much damage done to the car. The pit crew push car is endeavouring to get it off the wall, but very unusual for Mel. He makes very little mistakes, so he'll be keen to get back up and try and get up to this race lead. But Robert Haddo was the man that made the best of the start. He's decided that he's going to try and get himself clear of this pack of cars, and they're going to have to try and run him down. 8 laps the journey, and a good number of leader sprint cars turned up as well tonight. A very strong division of racing here in Newcastle, and they're great to see the guys here tonight supporting our Australian championships.
All right, grouping up again. Mel Guy's car being restarted. He's got the restart. The light goes out, so next time round we'll go racing. On the front row of the grid we have Grant Healy in the 39 car and 92 Robert Haddo. If you're wondering perhaps why 2 cars have got the ribbon tied to their roll cage, that's an indication to all drivers that those 2 drivers are the drivers who sit on the front row of the grid. They are the pole cars, and the remainder of the field must remain behind them prior to race start. And we're standing by for that race start. Jumping out of these stalls very quickly was car number 15, that's Brendan Roots, and he's trying to make advantage on the outside, and he's getting the advantage too around the outside, and Brendan Roots with a flyer of a start. Look at Mel Guy, he's hooked up on the outside as well. Coming into main straight away, Brendan Roots the race leader. Mel Guy flying round the outside to look for second placing. Oh, got a little bit loose in turn 1-2, and that allowed Robert Haddo to hang on to second place. I thought Mel Guy was going to get it easily, but such was not the case. Coming into main straight away, Brendan Roots leads out. Now Mel Guy having another go at Robert Haddo, but he just can't quite seem to pick him up. Now he hooks back onto the inside. Robert Haddo tried to close the gap, but Mel Guy had enough of the car through, and Robert Haddo elected to back off and stay in third place. Brendan Roots, Mel Guy, Robert Haddo getting wound up. He's serving it up to Mel Guy. And in fourth place is Kevin Begg. Roll, 1 over. And it's the 39 car of Grant Healy. Hit the wall, got up very high on the track, hit the wall, and once he got the bump with the wall, up and over he went. And what an exciting start we've got to the night. Grant Healy, the driver, in trouble. We've got our track staff and our ambulance officers going straight to him and check and see that everything's all right. Got a red light on, and the cars will come to a stop.
Once again too, Ross, for those people that are visiting tonight, we'd like to have people stay behind that first white fence. We know it's an exciting event, but we thank you for your cooperation. We can have you back behind the first wide fence for safety reasons. We are very proud of our record here at the Motordrome, and if we can have you back, thank you very much for your cooperation. The car's starting to fire up now for our restart. After Grant Healy in the 39 car, we'll have a lot of work, I'd say, to get that car prepared to get it maybe later on back out for the B main and feature events. But we're ready for a start. Lights are out for heat number 1. 5 laps to go. Brendan Roots will come off the pole, but look out for Mel Guy. He'll be all over him like a rash, I'd reckon. And Roots knows it too. He starts to go early. He gets the green flag. Mel Guy, though, moves to the outside pass. He tries to go in. He'll tuck down low. But Brendan Roots has got a good line coming out of turn 1-2. It made it hard for Mel Guy, and he starts to pull away from him down back straight away. So Brendan Roots gets the race lead. Second spot, Mel Guy giving chase. Then we go back to Robert Haddo in third place. Darryl Kimes next behind him, and Begg in the 27 car in 5th spot. But up front, it's a battle between Brendan Roots and Mel Guy. Mel Guy tries to set himself up to come on the inside, but Brendan Roots driving a nice tight line. He's making it very hard for Mel Guy to try and catch him. Back in the third place, and it's the 92 of Robert Haddo. The 56 of Darryl Kimes tries to come up on the inside. Now Mel Guy makes the dive for the race lead, and he grabs it too coming out of turn 3-4, and he gets the lead with only 2 laps to go. Mel Guy leads in the black number 5 car. Brendan Roots got a little bit untidy in that corner and lost a lot of ground. But Mel Guy starts to kick away now as they move up to some of the slower cars. He's only got 1 lap to go from here, and it looks like he might take out the first event of the night. Mel Guy in the 5 car into turn 1-2 for the last time. Down back straight away around Richard Gardner, one of the slower cars, and he'll come out of turn 3-4 to grab the checkered flag for the first time tonight. The race win goes to car 5, Mel Guy. He takes it out ahead of the 15 of Brendan Roots in second spot. Then we go back to the 92 of Robert Haddo. Darryl Kine was next across the line, followed by Begg, the 95 of Clark. 7 of Jason Begg was next, with a couple more to finish, being the 90 of John Chapman, 12 Richard Gardner as he takes the checkered flag, and the 64 car of Kerry Kelland will be the last car across the line. No time recorded due to the race stoppage, but the win first up, the first heat, goes to car number 5, Mel Guy.
So the cars are grouping up, ready for the start of their race. Number 2, and away they go. Paul Rinken in the yellow car, number 20, dived out from the second row of the grid. Now he dives back underneath Phil Harris. I don't think he quite knows what line he wants to take. He's decided that he's going to persist with the inside pass, and he got it. So Paul Rinken grabs the lead. Second place is Phil Harris. Third is the 62 of Len Edwards. And then car 18 holding down 4th place. And that's Michael Walker. 6 more laps left to run, and it's Paul Rinken who leads fairly comfortably from Phil Harris. Front 2 cars making a pretty good job of it, making it tough for the rest of the pack to run them down. And Paul Rinken maintaining his lead from Phil Harris. Third place behind him is Lenny Edwards, and then Walker's dropped back as we have just half the race left to continue, and Paul Rinken stamping his authority.
Yes, but there's a battle going on between Edwards and Ross Moody in car 13, the 3rd position. Now, Moody's trying to get the pass on Edwards, but he can't find the way through. There's trouble for Sean Barance. The car's just packed it in. Sparks coming from underneath the car. Looks like it might blow up at any time. The smoke pouring all out of it. They'll want to keep an eye on that on the infield. But back into the race action, and it's all Rinken up front. Harris is giving chase, but he can't get any closer. Then comes Lenny Edwards. Moody's dropped off the pace a little bit. Walker trying to come through on the inside to grab him, but there's only 2 laps left to run. Rinken out in front. Harris is getting a little bit closer, but I think he's going to run out of laps. There's only 1.5 left to go. As they come past us now, they'll get the white flag. Paul Rinken in car 20. He leads. Second spot, Philip Harris. Then comes the 62 of Edwards. Moody starts to have a go at him to try and get up the third. go on the inside. That's a good passing move by Moody. He waited for his chance and grabbed it, but out of the turn for the last time to greet the checkered flag is the race winner, the 20 of Rinkin. He takes it out. The 14 of Harris is second. Moody will finish third. Then came Edwards, followed by Walker. Barnett was next across the line ahead of Challen. And Dave Harvey in the 23 car will be one of the last across the line ahead of George Winder in car number 37. 2 minutes 6.330. 2 minutes 6.330 was the time recorded, and the race win goes to car 20, Paul Rinkin.
And Jeff Pickering stuck in turn 2 in car number 94. Didn't make it to the checkered flag, but the steward officially declared the race at the previous lap, so he will finish the race, but he is at the rear of the field. He's sent to the rear. That's, people want to know those sorts of things officially.
That's going to be bad luck for Ross Moody then, Ross. I think he grabbed him on the turn.
Oh yeah, it will be too.
He won't be too happy with the officials.
No, I get you, yeah. Wondered what you were sort of having a bit of a groan about there. So what a night. This is one of the nights that everybody remembers when you conduct an Australian Championship. We were saying last night, Joel and I having a chat, that no doubt about the fact that the 3 premier speedway events on an Australian speedway calendar, apart from the international meetings, the conduct of the Australian Sprint Car Championships, they'll be in Brisbane this year. The Australian Super Sedan Championships, which we're finalising tonight, and then perhaps the Australian Speed Car and Solo Championships would be next on the list. The Speed Car Championships being held in Perth.
Good to see Craig Boyce doing so well too, Ross, in the International Series.
Yes, the International Series put together by David Tapp. They've had a couple of their opening meetings on the western side of Australia at Bunbury and Claremont. And Craig Boyce, after 2 rounds of that competition, shared the lead with English rider Simon Wigg. So the street stocks are coming out. These are the stock standard cars, whatever shape the car you see. And you'll see a lot of Fords because they do tend to dominate this division.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of them on the infield.
Oh, okay.
During the night. The Holdens, no doubt, will be the one up front. Mick Bennett driving a Commodore. Watch him skip away.
Oh, you don't think that other car beside him will have anything to do with it, do you? I see. And they're supported, the street stocks tonight. They're 2 heats by the great people from Hunter Communications. Alan Byrne and the wonderful staff there will either set you up if you're brand new to getting computers, or if you're looking to update and keep up to date with the age of computerisation, then Hunter Communications are the people we recommend you see. Just like we recommended Cardiff Discount Paints. I got mine there. Can't complain one little bit. Not particularly, and all I did was buy the paint. I got someone else to do the painting.
Yeah, it's been hell rubbing that old paint back, setting up the boards.
So we've got the street stocks lining up. A lot of cars in this division in the Newcastle area. Relatively cheap form of way of getting involved in speedway. And some good drivers in this division. So coming into the start zone. So into the start zone and away they go, and it was Mick Bennett on the outside in that Commodore has grabbed the lead from Steve West in second place. Mark Everly looking for the high line. Steve West shifted up on the high line, and gee, Mark Everly really got cramped for room. Perkins coming round the outside as well. They all seem to be tacked onto that high line after the sprinkle of moisture onto the track, but Mick Bennett still has the lead from Steve West, followed by Mark Everly and John Perkins. Gary Smith is running 5th, and then Brett Cotton in car number 80 is 6th. Down back straight away. Only the first 6 from this heat will go into the final, and Mick Bennett is the one who's leading them out. He's in position 1. Steve West is running 2. Mark Everly 3. John Perkins is 4. Gary Smith is 5. Brett Cotton is 6. So it's Brett Cotton in car number 80 who's in the hot seat. He knows he's got to stay there if he wants to get a start in the final. Oh, Mark Everly, where did he come from? Shot through on the inside and is challenging Mick Bennett for the lead. Up high on the track is Perkins. Dropping back to 4th place is Steve West. 5th is Gary Smith, and look out, Brett Cotton. Here's Gary Morris starting to challenge for that chance to get into the final tonight.
Back up front, Bennett's coming under pressure now from Everly in the 122. Perkins back in 3rd spot, then comes Steve West, but Bennett holding it out in the Holden. He's only got 2 laps left to run, but look at the pressure come from Everly. He's trying to go up high now on the track. He was down low. Now Bennett switches down low, and Everly stays high on the track. He gets a little bit of drive too coming out of the turn and got close enough to him. He's going to have to make a throw pretty soon because he's starting to run out of laps. Into the turn they come, and they'll get the white flag from here. Mick Bennett leads. 2nd spot, Everly. He's given chase very strongly. 3rd is Perkins, then comes Steve West. Everly, though, he wants to search for a way through. He switched down to the low line this time. He's got him, I think. Down back straight away. On the inside goes Everly, and he grabs Mick Bennett on the final lap. Bennett will come back at him on the outside. Everly on the inside, but Everly's got the advantage. A good drive, and he takes the checkered flag. 2nd spot will be Mick Bennett, then came Perkins, followed by Steve West. Gary Morris was next across the line ahead of Cotton. Smith in the 77, Jason Owen was one of the last to come across the line ahead of England. The 35 of Rob Hale, 78 Chris Islip, and the 48 of Chris Griffith. Tails off the field, 2 minutes 7.520 the time recorded. And how about a round of applause for this guy? He's done it very well. 122, Mark Everly.
Yeah, good drive, Mark. Well done. That's a really persistent effort to fight for the lead and get it right in that last lap. That's the place to win the race. Cars griding up for heat number 2. And on the front row of the grid, Matthew Taylor and Glenn Pattinson in car 12 and 63 respectively. 75 is Nathan Reid. The blue car number 2, Rob Maunder, is a very consistent competitor in this division. He's ranked up in the top of the rankings, up in the top 3 or 4 drivers. Coming into main straight away. They've got a green flag, and Matthew Taylor in the Ford jumps straight to the lead. Glenn Patterson tries to tuck right in behind him. Nathan Reid's down low on that low line. Might be a bit wet early on, but it will tend to pack in nicely. Or Darryl Norrie back in midfield got into a bit of trouble. It looked like he was going to cause problems to the cars behind, but everything seemed to work out nicely. Matthew Taylor's the leader, followed by Glenn Patterson, then Nathan Reid. Mark Hewlin, Paul Mark Hewlin holding down 4th place, and he's starting to put a little bit of pressure on to Nathan Reid as he comes up on the inside of him, diving into turn 3. Reid's trapped up a little high, and it's Mark Hewlin, Paul Mark Hewlin driving through for 3rd place. He's going to get it as they come past the start-finish line. Darryl Norrie in car 73 is coming out of the pack, and Matthew Taylor, the race leader, had too much understeer, crashed into the concrete wall and just couldn't get it going again. It just pushed and pushed and pushed up the track, and he hit the concrete wall. He ran out of room.
By that time, 4 cars had come through on the inside. Now he's still got trouble. That car, the wheel's gone. The steering is gone on the front. It looks like a sidecar wheel. But onto the infield he goes. Look at the battle up front. front, 4 cars. You could throw a doily over the lot of them as they come out of turn 3-4. Patterson's got the lead. Mark Hewlin, someone's got to give here. Up high on the fence, Patterson has a bit of a clout, but Mark Hewlin gets the lead, and here comes Rob Maunder up into second spot, and he's going to be challenging for this race lead. Mark Hewlin leads the way. Second spot, Maunder. Then comes on the inside, Norrie. Patterson now drops back to 4th placing, but there's only going to be 1 lap to go. Rob Maunder's going to have to try and make his move. He got too high on the track and lost a lot of ground. Up to one of the slower cars, Loretta Jackson. Oh, Mark Hewlin snookered himself. Up on the outside, through came Rob Maunder, and Daryl Norrie all the time said, "Thank you very much, I'll take the race lead." Norrie goes to the lead with only half a lap to go. Rob Maunder tries to come back on the inside, but Daryl Norrie, well, he got the drop on the lot of them. He takes the checkered flag to take the event out. Daryl Norrie wins. Second place goes to Rob Maunder. Then came Mark Hewlin. Gray was next to cross the line in the 18 car. Patterson dropped back through the field ahead of Nathan Reid in the 75 car. Next across was the 17 car. The 44 of Billy McPherson weakened towards the end. Loretta Jackson would have been one of the last to cross the line. And the time recorded, 2 minutes 3.580. 2 minutes 3.580. And right in the last half of the lap, the race winner came from the 73 car, Daryl Norrie.
Okay, so the scene has been set as we get ready. And thank you very much to our fans here in the main straightaway. Congratulating Daryl Norrie. The drivers really appreciate your applause on their lap of honour. But right now we're getting set for the first heat in the last round of the WINS Australian Super Sedan Championships for 1996. 6, Newcastle's John Brown. 3, Tasmanian champ Dave Nichols. And 9, Western Australian champ Ben Ludlow. We have 3 state champions in this race. The South Australian champ, the Tasmanian champ, and the Western Australian champ. But very important here, John Brown is well up in the point standing. He's in the top 5. Paul O'Neill is also up in the top 5. Alan Baker certainly in the top 10. Tanya Peacock, as Joel has already pointed out to you, she's in a difficult position. She was telling us in the pit she's currently 25th on the points, and she believes she has to win this heat tonight. Tanya reckons she's got to win this race if she's any chance of making the 18 car final. What a field. I mean, it's only 8 cars, but look at it. 3 state champions. Paul O'Neill, top competitor in this division at a number of state titles. Baker and Brown and Peacock. Gee whiz, what a great field. Set for the start. Racing. Peacock got away on the outside, Stewart on the inside. Tanya Peacock makes the drive. Can she keep it together? Stewart comes up on the inside. Peacock got the lead on the outside. Now she was determined to win this race. Let's see if the determination holds out. Tanya Peacock has grabbed the lead. The lovely lady of Speedway from Lismore. She's out in front. Sean Stewart from South Australia. He's the champ from his state. He's running second. John Brown from Newcastle is third. The Tasmanian champ, Dave Nichols, is fourth. Alan Baker from Newcastle is fifth. The Western Australian champ, Benny Ludlow, is sixth. Robert Burke is seventh. And Paul O'Neill, would you believe it, he's tailed out on the back of the pack. 9 more laps to go. And Tanya Peacock, she's done her homework. She repaired her car after a crash in her last heat last night. They spent a lot of time, she and her crew, getting the car back together again, and she's handling it well. Tanya Peacock leads. She's not got to make a mistake. If she keeps her cool and just keeps it calm, keeps a good pace up, but then make sure she stays on that low line, starting to move away from the South Australian Stewart. She's got it together, and she reckons she had to win this race to qualify for the final. Well, everything is going her way right at this moment. The lovely lady from Lismore, Tanya Peacock, has the lead.
Oh, she's starting to pull away too, Ross, out in front. Stewart in second spot, can't get any closer. Then comes Brownie. Tanya went a little bit high there. The car died on her nose. She just made a mistake, and that's allowed Stewart to come right up on the back of her and start challenging for this race lead. Brownie makes the dive up on the inside of Stewart, and Nichols copped a bit of the backwash of that. He's trying to get out wide. Oh, the car's gone on him. Well, it just didn't steer. The steering's gone, has it? Yep, it's died. Oh, whoop, into the side. Goes Rob Burke, that is, the ACT5. And Dave Nichols. The car just seemed to die. It went up high on the wall. I don't know whether the steering went. But, geez, that's terrible luck for Dave. He was looking forward to doing well in this heat to try and set himself up for the final. And the Tasmanian finds himself stuck mid-track in turn number 1-2.
Well, it might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise for Tanya Peacock, Joe, because I think the pressure was starting to get to her. She made a mistake in turn 2, drifted right up onto the wall in turn 2. She managed to get it back together, but this will probably just settle things down a little bit for her. And she needs to win this heat to put herself up in there. Are there any Tanya Peacock fans out there? All right.
That's terrible luck for Dave. He'll be sitting back now. It's just a game of wait and see what happens now. Very anxious time for him to see whether he'll scrape through to that final. No doubt he'll be working frantically on the car. The lights are out though. Single file restart. We've only got 5 to go in heat number 1 for tonight. Heat number 13 overall. And Tanya Peacock has got pole position. She'll be looking to go away with this one. Green light comes on and away they go. She got away to a good start. Stewart missed it a little bit. John Brown back in third spot. Stewart has to go up on the inside. Peacock drifted out a bit, but Stewart got too anxious there and came up onto the infield. Tanya Peacock leads. Stewart in second spot. Then comes Brownie, followed by Alan Baker back in fourth place. Then comes Benny Ludlow, and on the inside O'Neill tries to have a crack at him, but Peacock, she seems to have the circuit sorted out tonight. She had a little bit of trouble last night, but no such trouble in this one. 3 laps left to run. Tanya Peacock leads. She's pulling away from Stewart in second spot. Brownie's got the pressure right on Stewart. He's looking for a little opening to try and sneak through. He might get it going down back straight away. Alan Baker got untidy, and Ludlow nearly came through on the inside to grab fourth place. 2 laps to go. Tanya Peacock, she said to us she had to win this one, and she's doing exactly that. Out in front, Stewart in second place. He's not getting any closer. She balked a little bit there and lost some ground. John Brown tried to have a crack at Stewart, but he also lost some ground. 1 to go from here. Only 1 to hang on for Tanya. Second spot is Stewart. Then comes Brownie, followed by Alan Baker. Out of turn 1-2 for the last time. Down back straight away, and this is going to be a good win for her. She'll be very pleased with this. Out of the turn to take out heat number 13. Tanya Peacock in car number 47 grabs the win ahead of Stewart in the 31. The 6 was next of Brown. Ludlow got up on the outside of Baker to grab 4th placing. Then came the Lismore 35 of O'Neill, and the 15 of Rob Burke will finish at the tail of the field. No time recorded due to the race stoppage, but the race win, and a very impressive first up heat win in round number 4, heat 13. Let's hear it for the Lismore driver, car number 47, Tanya Peacock.
Well, she's done her homework. She now has to rely on a couple of other cars to get there, but 47 will give you the placings as we saw it by route number. 47, Tanya Peacock. 31, Steve Stewart. 6, John Brown. 9, Ben Ludlow. 13, Alan Baker. 35, Paul O'Neill. And 15, Robert Burke. So Tanya Peacock would score 36 points, and that would take her to 77. She'll finish with 77 points. Now the 31 of Steve Stewart, he gets 28. He finishes with 73. So you can see just how important this is going to be. 73 for Stewart. John Brown, he scored 23 points. He finishes up with 110. So I'd say he'd be pretty surely into the 18-car final. 9, Ben Ludlow, the Western Australian driver. He got 17 points. He'll finish with 68. I don't know whether that will be enough. It might be. 13, Alan Baker. He gets 13 points, in fact, and he finishes with 83. I think that will get him into the final. 35, Paul O'Neill, finishes with 86 points. I think that'll be enough for him as well. And 15, the route number 15 of Robert Burke. He had 8 points, and he will finish up with a tally of 31. It won't be enough for Robert to get through to the final. Well, I don't think so. Lights are out for heat number 2. And we see 39, Bruce Tate from Victoria, and 12, Russell Bailey from New South Wales on the front row of the grid. This is heat 14. Let's look for the start. And they've got a green light. And it was the Western Australian Bert Vosbergen who tried to get through on the inside. Oh, Ross Brims with a very determined blast out of turn 2. He just decided to put the foot flat to the floor, and he has grabbed the lead. Ross Brims in front, followed by the Victorian Bruce Tate. Then the Western Australian Bert Vosbergen in the little Pantera. He's moved through to second. Peter Garrett from Newcastle is running fourth. Stu Robertson has moved through to 5th place. He wants to get into the final. Then comes the Queenslander Wayne Randall. He's in 6th place, looking to make some ground. Larry Nelson from Queensland is 7th. Stu Robertson slowly but surely picking his way through the field. He's up to 4th place, and Wayne Randall is a little master is trying to go winning. All interest here is centering on Stewie Robertson, who's making his way up on the inside of Peter Garrett. Down back straight away, 2 Newcastle drivers running side by side. Robertson got through. He's got 3rd place. Garrett tried to come back at him. Garrett's running 4th. Bruce Tate's under pressure from Wayne Randall. Oh, Randall's blown it. He got high on the track and he lost some ground. In fact, Larry Nelson was able to scoot by. Ross Brims is the leader from the Western Australian Bert Vosbergen. Then comes Newcastle Stewie Robertson and Peter Garrett. The Victorian Bruce Tate. Larry Nelson gets by him. And now Wayne Randall tries to come up on the inside as well, and he does so. But we've only got half the race left in this particular heat, and it's Ross Brims who's leading out from Bert Vosbergen.
Vosbergen in 2nd place, giving chase. He can't get any closer to Brims at the moment, but Brims driving a nice line up front. Vosbergen in 2nd spot. Then we've got Stu Robertson in 3rd place, followed by Peter Garrett. Now Stu Robertson's starting to make a little bit of ground on Vosbergen. They're coming up to the slower cars too. Harold Barnes is ahead of Ross Brims, and this will tell whether he's going to get hooked up with Barnes on the inside. Barnes hasn't seen him, and he has got hooked up, and that's allowed Vosbergen to get a little bit closer. And also Stu Robertson, he's going to start to join in this battle up front very shortly. There's only 3.5 to go. Brims leads. Here comes Vosbergen, the Western Australian, trying to make a throw on the inside of Brims. He knows he's going to be close enough very shortly, and he wants to grab the maximum points. Ross Brims, though, he's held on well. He's got the race lead, and he's holding on. Vosbergen, here comes Stewie Robertson in 3rd place. There's only 2 left to go. Stu Robertson's the main danger. They're getting hooked up with Bailey, the slower car. They're going to have to go on the outside of him because he's holding his line. He's doing the right thing, but they're all sticking behind him. Now Brims tries to come up on the inside. Now Stu Robertson gets a split on Vosbergen. Vosbergen gets a little bit desperate on the outside. Oh, and Bailey's cleaned them all up. Oh, well, the light's got to come on. Russell Bailey in car number 12. He was hampering Brims and Vosbergen, and poor Stu Robertson topped the backwash and finds himself spun around in main straightaway.
And Joel, he was just about to be given the black flag to Russell Bailey because the steward felt he wasn't holding his line well enough. But he was moving out of car width and then coming back in again, so Brims didn't know where he was going. He didn't know whether to come inside or outside. So Bailey has got the black flag. He has been disqualified from the heat. for not holding his line and allowing the other cars to get by. Oh, and I think he sort of said one more lap to go, didn't he?
I think he pointed, he thought that might have been rain. He pointed up at the sky at something. I think the skydiver's here, is he? No.
No, it's not a
Don't know what
skydiver
he was
he's
pointing at.
And I think, Joel, the officials are telling us that it's about to cost him an amount of money, that little signal that he's just given. I think it's going to cost him 100.
Very expensive gesture. Now he's got the hint. The black flag to Bailey. Well, he did cause a bit of mayhem there, Ross. He got tangled up. It looked like he was holding his line, but then he tried to box on with Ross Brims down back straight away. And he's been told in no uncertain terms to Parker on the infield because there's only 2 laps to go. Vosbergen here will try and make the dive at Brims from the restart, but watch out for Stewie Robertson.
What
He's
a
come from nowhere.
Performance, Joel, by Robbo.
Well, maybe the president knows something we don't, Ross. Lights out. 2 laps to go. Look for the green flag this time. And they get it too. A little bit slow to get away with Stu Robertson. Brims leads into the first turn. Vosbergen in second spot. Stu Robertson will want to grab him. Oh, he got a little bit untidy. Up on the inside comes Stewie. Oh, this is good gutsy, determined driving by Robbo. Up into second spot. He's only got 1 to go. Vosbergen tries to come back in on the inside. But Stu Robertson, he's on fire. This is one of the best seasons racing we've ever seen from Stu. And he's really hooked up for these titles. Into the turn for the last time. The race win's going to go to Ross Brims. He takes the checkered flag for heat number 2, the 52 Brims. Stu Robertson second. Vosbergen, oh, the wheel's going to come off that. Well, up it goes and off. There's cars everywhere. Curran goes into the side. Well, it looks like the Demolition Derby in turn 1, 2.
Right
Randall
here.
had to throw sideways. And all the trouble started. I missed it, Ross.
Yeah, right here, about 10 metres short of the finish line, Joel, the back end of Vosbergen's car collapsed. The right rear wheel just came completely adrift right here about 10, 20 metres before the finish line. And Bert Vosbergen, I think, did a fantastic job under the speed they were travelling. So let's get back to congratulating Ross Brims on taking out the race. Let's have a look at the route numbers. 52, Ross Brims. 4, Stu Robertson. 44, Bert Vosbergen. 5, Peter Garrett. 49, Larry Nelson. 36, Wayne Randall. 27, Gary Curran from Wagga. 39, Bruce Tate from Victoria. And 32, Harold Barnes from Sydney. That's how we saw it. Now, if that's the way the placings stand, we'll work out some points for you to let you know those drivers who were in contention and how they might finish up. So I'll just do a quick little bit of maths here, and we'll see if we can keep you up to date with the points. Let's have a look on my little piece of paper. I've got many bits of paper here tonight. The 52 of Ross Brims. Now, Ross Brims gets 36 points. That takes him on to 71. Now, he's going to be right on the edge, I would think, of qualifying. It'll be very close for him. The 4 of Stu Robertson, he scored 28 points there, 117 for Robertson. He's definitely into the final, Robbo. 44, Bert Vosbergen. He scored 23 points there. That'll give him 72. Oh, gee, it's going to be crowded around this bottom section of the field. The 5 of Peter Garrett. He picked up 17 points there. So he's going to finish with a total of 50. I don't think that will be enough for Peter Garrett. 49, Larry Nelson picked up 13 points. Now there's 74 for him. So when you've got the likes of Larry Nelson 74, Bert Vosbergen 72, Tanya Peacock 77, Steve Stewart 73 and Ross Brims 71, gee, it's a crowded field. The 36 car, Wayne Randall, he scored 10 points. He finishes with 78. We have 27, Gary Curran from Wagga. He scored 8 points. He finishes with 64. I think he might just miss out. The 39 car. Roof number 39, that's Bruce Tate. Thanks, Joel. He's going to finish with 30 points. That will not be enough for him to get into the final. And 32, which was Harold Barnes, he finishes with 22 points. It won't be enough for him to get in the final. So we've got Stu Robertson on 117, John Brown on 110. They're definitely going to be in the final. I would think that Paul O'Neill with 86 and Alan Baker with 83 are going to be definite starters. I think somewhere around about the 65 to 75 point scoring mark is going to be the tricky area. That's going to be the tough area. Let's have a look at heat number 15, and away they go. Neil Lawson and Michael Hickey. John Pine trying to get right through on the middle of Wasson and Hickey, and there was no room. Michael Nicola, the Victorian, got through to second place, and here comes a caution flag out for John Pine. Now Michael Nicola goes on the outside and grabs the lead. He was impressive in his last heat last night, and he's really got the car together. John Pine from Newcastle, the New South Wales champ, gets up on the outside of Neil Wasson, and he chases out after Michael Nicola, but Nicola's got the lead from John Pine. Now here's John Pine up on the inside of Nicola. Nicola drifted out, and John Pine was able to slide through very, very easily, and he's grabbed the lead. Nicola is second, Neil Wasson is third, Michael Hickey is fourth, then the Victorian Peter Logue. Now the Western Australian Robert Gray, he's well back in the field. He won't be happy with that placing, and Robert Carrick is on the tail. Well, the interesting one to watch, I think, would be Robert Gray. I'd say he'd be very anxious to at least pick up another couple of spots there on Michael Hickey and Peter Logue. Peter Logue's gone by Michael Hickey, and Robert Gray still trapped back in second last place. John Pine is just going to settle into a groove. Here's trouble in main straightaway. The rear end's dropped out of the Michael Hickey car as well. And the rear end has just dropped straight out of his car. So Bert Vosbergen's car, the rear end just dropped straight out of it in the previous race. And now the rear end's just dropped straight out of the car number 10 of Michael Hickey. So, as Joel and I have already discussed, the drivers were very anxious as to how this track was going to hold up. And one thing, Joel, I wonder whether drivers have done their homework based on the fact that there was a speedway meeting here on Wednesday night, there was official practice on Thursday night, there were the qualifying heats last night, and the grand final tonight. I wonder if they've done the homework in relation to the fact that we've had 4 nights of speedway racing.
Well, talking to Steve Randall in the pits, Ross, he seemed to have sussed the situation out and is setting his car up to the race conditions, the track conditions, and he was having a good look at the surface, and a couple of drivers were in their minds wondering just how the surface would hold up tonight. But come the 40 lapper, their drivers are just going to have to see what the surface is like and what the other cars have done, and just set themselves, their cars and themselves up according to the conditions of the track.
That's how they think it'll be. I'd say particularly that final 12 to 15 laps of the 40 lapper, that's where they're going to have to be trying to suss out how this track will be. So we've got the lights out, ready for the restart, and they've got the restart. The current New South Wales champ, John Pine, charges into the corner, the leader. From the Victorian, Michael Nicola. Then comes Neil Wasson. Peter Lowe going up on the inside. Robert Gray in 5th place, and then Robert Carrick. Oh, Peter Lowe anxious to get one more placing up on Neil Wasson. Robert Gray's waiting for the drop to see if someone's going to make a mistake. They're really bouncing their way out of turn 2. There's Peter Logue up on the inside of Wasson. Oh, Wasson got the shock of his life. I don't think he expected Logue to come through there. Logue goes through to third. Now, can the Western Australian Robert Gray get by our Newcastle driver Neil Wasson? There's only 4.5 laps left to go, and John Pine's in the groove.
Pine out in front, Nicola in second spot in car number 16 with a 17 on the rooftop. Then we've got Logue who's made his way up into third position, but Nicola starting to put the pressure on. Oh, there goes Logue out towards the fence. He didn't steer her properly in turn 1, 2, and he lost a lot of ground. That allowed Wasson to get closer, but he wasn't close enough to make the dive back at him. Only 3 to go. John Pine leads. Nicola in second spot, the Victorian. He's starting to put the pressure on John Pine. I wonder if Pine is just backed off and just easing his way around this one. Now Logue starts to join in the battle up front, so this is turning out to be an interesting race. Down they come with 2 to go. John Pine leads on the outside. Logue tries to have a go, but there's no way around that, and he lost a bit of ground. Sets himself up on the inside of Nicola, and he tries to grab that second spot away from Nicola, but he holds on. He came back down on top of him. Well, Lowe's got the car firing, and he's going to try and get up to get some more extra points in this one. John Pine out in front. Well, he knows this circuit. He's just sticking down low and making the others go around high if they want to make a move out of the last turn for the last time. Logue has a go on the outside. He grabbed the bootful. Will he get him on the line? He got second. Well, I don't know. I'd hate to call that one. They're sliding all over the place. Robert Gray goes up onto the infield. And Robert Carrick takes the checkered flag, but gee, a photo finish for the second placing. Nicola had it, but Logue went out on the outside and tried to make the dive at him. I think he might have got him, but we'll wait for the official confirmation. Meantime, though, in heat number 15, the second last heat of point scoring in round number 4, the race win has gone to our very own local lad. Let's hear it for car number 11, John Pine.
So we've got the placings from the officials. Here they are by route number. 11, John Pine. 17, Michael Nicola, officially second. 33, Peter Logue, third. 14, Neil Wasson, fourth. 24, Robert Gray, fifth. And 16, Robert Carey, sixth. Now we'll have a look at how those points stack up and try and give you an idea as to who we feel is going to be in this final. John Pine, he scores 36 points there, and that will take him to 113. So Stewie Robertson still the leading point scorer on 117 at the moment. Now the 17 of Michael Nicola. He scores 28 points there. He'll finish with 54. He'll be disappointed that in his first 2 heats he couldn't put something together, because in his last 2 heats he's finished very, very strongly. 33, Peter Logue from Victoria. He'll finish with 76. Oh, what a crowd of drivers we've got in the 70-point region. 14, Neil Wasson. He's going to finish with 41 points. That won't be enough to get him there. 24, Robert Gray. He's finished with 90 points. That will be enough to get him into the 18-car final. And 16, Robert Carey. And he finishes with 65. That's that grey area that we need to find out who's going to fill up the top 18 placings. Now we're set for heat 16, and this features our series leader, Steve Francis of the United States, but John Leslight got the jump on them as the light went green in heat 16. And Ron Pine, down on the low line, shoots through into second place. John Leslight, they won't get near him under these track conditions. The track has gone very, very hard, and they will not get near John Leslight. Second place, Ron Pine. Oh, gee, he got into a rut there in turn 2. There must be a bad rut developing at the middle of turn 2, and Ron Pine got right into that and had to back off. Terry Rickstein from the Northern Territory is third. Steve Francis trapped up on the outside. That is not the place to be. I can tell you, you're not getting any drive up there at all. Now he tries to come up on the inside of Terry Rickstein, the Northern Territory driver. John Lodge is next. Then comes Lindsay Hawkins, the Queensland champ, and Shane Polsher's on the rear of the field. Into main straight away, and still John Leslight from Lismore has that race lead. Ron Pine, he's just into cruise mode now in second place. Oh, Leslight got untidy in turn 2 through all his own fault. No one putting him under any pressure. And Ron Pine got a lot closer. A long gap back to Terry Rickstein, the Northern Territory driver. Steve Francis just cannot find the way by him. Now he's got the way by. Terry Rickstein got into that rut in turn 2, and Francis was able to come through and take third placing and now chase out after Ron Pine and John Leslight. Into main straight, 5.
Leslight leads the way. Ron Pine getting a little bit closer. 5 laps to go. Leslight out in front. Ron Pine in second spot giving chase, but he's getting a little bit closer, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. There's that front he bounced out of. Back to third place too. Francis Sparks coming out of the back of Paul's car at the tail of the field. The Queenslander, well, she's like a Catherine wheel at firecracker night. All the sparks are starting to fly right out of that car. We've got to keep an eye on that because there's something rubbing on the back end of that, and the sparks are just starting to spew out the back. Up front though, Leslight out in front. He's got the race lead under cover. Second spot, Ron Pine giving chase. Then we've got Francis back in third place in this group of drivers, headed by Rick Street, the Northern Territory driver. Up on the inside, Lindsay Hawkins is trying to get in, but he's having all sorts of bothers trying to get on the inside of Rick Street. Behind them, John Lodge, and then comes Paulser at the tail of the field. But there's only 2 laps to go for the race leader. Leslight, he's the Lismore driver. I've seen him here plenty of times at the Newcastle circuit, and he's only got 1 to run from here, 1 lap away from a heat win. Ron Pine in second spot will just back off now. Third place is Steve Francis, and he's getting closer to these 2 up front. So that's an ominous sign from the American. Rickstein next, then comes Hawkins. Paul's just got up ahead of John Lodge, but out of the turn for the last time. The race win goes to Lismore 18 of John Leslight. Second will be Ron Pine in the 1 to 7. Of Steve Francis will be third. It's going to be close, but the Northern Territory driver, Rick Stream, will hold on for 4th place ahead of Lindsay Hawkins. Then came Paulger in car number 27, and the 21 of John Lodge will be the only other car to finish the race. 3 minutes 7.131. 3 minutes 7.131, and the race win in our final heat of point scoring has gone to the Lismore driver. Let's hear it for John Leslight.
So let's have a look at the placings. Route numbers: 18, John Leslight first. Second, 1, Ron Pine. Third, 7, Steve Francis. Fourth, 48, Terry Rickstein. Fifth, 41, Lindsay Hawkins. Sixth, 37, Shane Paulger. And 7th, 21, John Lodge. I appreciate people in our audience telling us how they feel the points have gone. I appreciate that, but I do keep reminding you that the points I give are not in any way, shape or form the correct points. It's just how we think we see them, how we've done our calculations. We're probably very wrong, but we do like to try and give people an idea as just how things are shaping up. The officials will eventually give us the makeup of the field in the championship final. Okay, we're back to support racing, and we've got the leader cars back in action. And Jeff Pickering and Peter Harvey are the 2 cars up front fighting for the lead. Pickering on the inside, Harvey on the outside. Pickering has the lead coming out of turn 4 for the first time. And Peter Harvey high up on the track. Jason Begg is down low. He's looking for a placing, particularly with Harvey driving up high. But well, there's a good move by Begg as he came right through on the inside of Pickering, who seemed to slow, and Peter Harvey still persisting with that high line. So Begg now grabs the lead. Pickering still under challenge from Harvey, and now they're starting to push their way back to the race leader, Jason Begg. So they go down past the Hunter Communications timer, just 3 more laps left to go, and it's Jason Begg who has the lead from Pickering, followed by Peter Harvey. And then the 32 car of Brian Kibble. A lot of cars pulling out and going onto the infield. They're finding the going a bit tough. But into main straight away. And Jason Begg leads from Jeff Pickering. Then Peter Harvey. And Brian Kibble. You can forget the rest of them. They're being lapped, in fact, by our race leader, Jason Begg.
Jason Begg now only with 1 lap to go. And he'll come down to get the white flag this time. Second spot, Pickering. Then comes Dave Harvey in 3rd place, followed by Kibble in the black number 32 car in 4th place. In down back straight away under the styler car, Richard Gardner goes the race leader and the eventual winner as he comes out of turn 3-4. Jason Begg in car number 7 takes out our B main ahead of Pickering in the 94 car. The 23 of Dave Harvey was next. Brian Kibble in the 32 car. Then we go right back to the driver in car number 31, who was not shown on the program, so he's a mystery. And Richard Gardner in car number 12 will be one of the last cars to cross the finish line. 1:39 minutes, .00 something. 5, thanks Ron, 1:39.005. The time recorded for our Mid-Coast Petroleum litre car B main, taken out very impressively by Jason Begg in car number 7.
So we've got the street stocks coming into the start zone. And away they go. Pretty scrappy start, but Mick Watling won it. Oh, there's trouble for car number 48 sliding up onto the infield. And Griffith is the driver. Thanks, Joel. Griffith getting oh dear, sound of that thing. I don't know whether he needs to get going again, does he? Oh, gee. He's having all sorts of trouble. But into main straight away, Mick Watling having his share of trouble too. He's got the fishtail. Now he straightens it out. Craig England in 2nd place. Bill McPherson, unusual to see him out in a B mainer. He's usually far more consistent than that. And Jason Owen too, not standard for him to be out in a street stock B main. Coming into main straight away, it's Mick Watling the leader from Bill McPherson and Craig England. Then Jason Owen. Gary Smith is next through. He's in 5th place. And here's McPherson persisting with the outside pass. He's going to grab the lead. McPherson on the outside. Still down on the inside. Our he was the race leader. He's now been given the quick flick. Mick Watling, he's back to 2nd. Jason Owen is 3rd. Oh, there's trouble. Craig England and Gary Smith had it coming together. And the red light is on.
I think Smith tacked onto the back of him, Ross, and gave him the old heave-o.
That's the way I saw it too, Joel. The car of Gary Smith came in contact with the Craig England car. And the stewards have made a decision that both drivers will go to the rear.
Well, the light's starting to flash, indicating the start possible next time round. 3 laps left to run. So after this, we'll be getting ready to drop our skydiver, but the green flag falls, and the only thing falling is the green flag for the race start on the outside. Bill McPherson grabs the advantage, and that could be good night He takes the race lead. Watling in second spot. Jason Owen. Then Rob Hales finds his way up to fourth position. A couple of cars scrapping through the field. Islip on the inside. Look out. Chris Griffiths went towards the concrete wall very quickly. Oh, he straightened it up nicely to avoid any incident with any other car. And that's a good piece of driving by Chris Griffiths, but he drops back towards the tail of the field. Down back straight away with 1.5 to go. And it's the 44 of Bill McPherson, the race leader, who'll get the white flag this time around, indicating only one more lap left. Second spot, we go back to Mick Watling in the 89 car. There's Smith stuck to the concrete wall. He's scraping a bit of mud off the concrete wall, and now he comes away from it. He's got some white wall tyres on the right-hand side of his car. Down back straight away, out of turn 3-4, a matter of fact, and the checkered flag's going to fall to the race winner, Bill McPherson in car 44. He takes it out ahead of Mick Watling in the 89. Owen was next across the line, followed by the 17 car, close to the minors. 48 of Griffith was just ahead of Chris Islip. Then came Smith in the 77 car, the 92 of England, the 35 of Rob Hales, and Loretta Jackson in the 72 will be the last driver to greet the checkered flag. No time recorded due to the race stoppages. And that was our North Newcastle Motors Street Sock Sedan B main, taken out by the race winner as he does his lap of honour, car number 44, Bill McPherson.
Joel, the plane.
The plane.
Yes, the plane is above. It's up above in the sky, right above the Newcastle Motordrome, and we're now all set and ready to watch our WINS Australian Championship flag drop in to the Newcastle Motordrome circuit. So mums and dads, if the kids have gone for a little wander for the moment, you might get them back and say, we're getting set and getting ready. Now the guys are just checking out wind direction. And yep, there's the plane. I can spot the plane now. It's come round into my view, so we'll see whether it's circling round. I think our skydiver might be getting ready to make the plunge. We'll get a signal from our infield coordinator as to just when the exit is made. He might be even able to give me a signal when the exit's made. I've lost sight of it for the moment now. It's gone out of my sight. So they're coming in very close now, apparently. I still can't quite spot them myself. I'm not going to get to see them until the last 10 metres. Here they come. They're coming in. So we've got the skydivers coming in for our WINS Australian Championship. Here's the Australian flag. It's coming in.
What a sight.
Have a look at that.
Woo! A little light too. Oh, this is a great effort.
Aren't they fantastic, these guys? Come on, let's hear it for the skydivers on WINS night. How about that? Now, here's our second one in the Aussie colours.
Very effective, Ross.
The green and gold of Australia. And our Australian champ, Ron Pine, if that doesn't stir the goosebumps.
Look out! Oh.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our skydivers and our skydiving team. And a big thanks to WINS and the Newcastle Motordrome for the presentation of the 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships. We'll take a short break and leave you with the entertainment of the City of Newcastle RSL Pipe Band. outside, and Harris has now grabbed the lead. Harris out in front. Haddo's dropped back to third place. Paul Rinkin's coming out of the pack. He's going up to third. Oh, trouble! Harris has been hit by Ross Moody. Paul Rinkin had nowhere to go. Robert Haddo's up on the infield, and the car in trouble here is Philip Harris right in main straight away. This is the Castrol leader car final.
So have you got a tip for us, Ross, who it will be this year?
Yeah, I think for the first time ever an overseas driver will win, Joel. I think Steve Francis can win tonight. And away they go. And Ross Moody is up in front. Jason Begg got out of the pack very quickly at the restart. He tries to go on the outside of Darryl Kime, but he got too wide. Up on the inside goes Paul Rinkin, and he grabs second place away from Darryl Kime. Ross Moody is the race leader from Paul Rinkin.
Dave Harvey in trouble in turn number 1-2. He's had a bit of a spin and goes down onto the infield. And that brings the race to a stoppage once again. 11 laps still remaining.
So into main straight away, there's the green flag, and Ross Moody up on the outside. Oh, Paul Rinkin down on a nice tight low line, but Ross Moody's got the power, he's got the drive. Paul Rinkin in second place, then Mel Guy running third, and Jason Begg is in fourth place. On the outside, Ross Moody the leader. Now, here's an interesting situation. One up very high on the racetrack, one down very low on the racetrack, and Ross Moody is actually getting all the drive up high and getting the pace and the power to keep him out in front. Paul Rinkin running second, Mel Guy third, then Jason Begg, followed by Michael Walker and Darryl Kime. But down back straight away, a clear leader, Ross Moody. Oh, Mel Guy, he's having a horror night. He's pulled up onto the infield. He's gone out of the race. Paul Rinkin is second. Jason Begg is third. Then comes Michael Walker, followed by Darryl Kime. Still Ross Moody the leader from Paul Rinkin and Jason Begg. On the outside, Darryl Kime's having a throw at Michael Walker for fourth place. Darryl Kime's running fifth. And coming into main straight away, our race leader is in fact half a lap in front of these cars, battling it out for those minor placings. And the race leader is Ross Moody, but Jason Begg doing a good job. He's moved into second.
Yes, Begg finds his way into second place. There's Moody high on the track. Rinkin drops back to third place, and they go down back straight away with only 4.5 to run. Ross Moody's had the race lead pretty well covered, but here come out of the pack Jason Begg in car number 7's the fast mover. He's starting to reel ground back in on Moody, who is high on the track, and Jason Begg nearly grabbed the race lead as he came out of turn 1-2. Back on the outside, Ross Moody. On the inside, Moody starting to lose ground on that high line. Jason Begg starting to pick him up on the inside. So 3 laps to go, and it's going to come right down to the wire. Jason Begg kept the foot down. He moved out high too to shut Moody off, but he bounced a little bit in that rut and got into trouble. Now back down on the inside. They're starting to come up to some of the slower cars, so this will be very interesting indeed. 2 laps to go. Now the new race leader, Jason Begg. Moody up high on the track. He's lost a little bit of ground now. Now he kicks on down back straight away. Up on the outside again. Looking for the move for the race lead, but they're coming up to some of these slower cars. Begg might get himself hampered. Kibble on the inside. Begg now finds himself sandwiched in between, but he's got a good line. Up high on the track he goes. There's only half a lap to go. Moody on the inside, Begg on the outside. They're going to come right down to the line. Jason Begg's got him covered though. A good determined drive by Begg. He takes the checkered flag. Moody second. Rinkin will be third in the 20. Then I think we go right back to the 56 of Darryl Kime. Then Barnett was next ahead of Walker. The 15 of Brendan Roots. The 14 of Phil Harris. And the 27 of Begg. Kevin Begg. and 32. Brian Kibble will be one of the last across the line. No time recorded for the final, but the race win in a very determined drive and a good gutsy effort goes to car number 7, Jason Begg. He takes out our feature brought to us by Castrol tonight, the leader car handicap final.
So last hit out for the leader cars, and we thank them for their support tonight. And the street stocks will be coming up next.
Twelve laps the journey. Cars start to form themselves up in grid position. Greg Minor in the 17 car will lead off pole. And on his outside, I think it's the 38 of Jason Owen. Ready for a race start.
And that's a terrible start. Mick Watling came charging through from the second row of the grid, and it's happened. Over goes Bill McPherson. A nice, gentle little rollover.
Poor old Bill, he copped the backwash there in a big way.
Joel, I do hope this is not an indication as to what we're going to cop in the 40-lap final for the Australian Championships. These guys are only the support program and the green light wasn't even on. Again, Mick Watling from that second road looking to try and tuck up on the inside of the pole car. But that is a better start this time, and Jason Owen got away well on the outside. Ben Cooper running second. Nathan Reid, oh, there's trouble. The car number 18 heading straight for the concrete wall. It's the 26 car of Morris. I thought it was the other black number 18, but it's Morris who got into trouble and now goes up onto the infield. Jason Owen, the leader, from Ben Cooper, Mick Watling, Brett Cotton. Oh, here's trouble for Mark Everly. Up onto the infield he goes, and the steward has signalled to him to keep going. He can't get started. I bet when the red light comes on, he starts. No, he's made a fipper out of him.
Not if he's sensible, it won't, even if it can start.
Yeah, right. Right in main straightaway, he's obviously going to call for a push. Single file restart. We've only completed one lap. And now the green light comes on. Jason Owen, Ben Cooper, Brett Cotton. They're running 1, 2 and 3. Steve West. Mick Watling's dropped back to 5th place. And Rob Maunders starting to come up. He's starting to make his move as they complete yet another lap. 10 more laps to go for the street stocks in their final. And still Jason Owen has the lead. Brett Cotton getting up on the inside. Then comes Ben Cooper. There's trouble. Rob Maunder hit the rut in turn 2 as he was trying to get, he got a flat tyre too by the looks of things, and he tried to get the split between Mick Watling and Peter Gray, and he hit that rut and just lost control completely. Got the flat tyre. In fact, he got both the rear tyres are flat. And Steve West is also pulling out on the infield, and John Perkins down back straightaway is pulling out as well. So the attrition rate's pretty high. Jason Owen the leader from Brett Cotton. Then comes Ben Cooper. They're running 1, 2 and 3. Into main straightaway, 7 laps to run. Jason Owen still the leader. Brett Cotton running second. Then comes Ben Cooper, Peter Gray. Mark Everly's getting back into the action after being sent to the rear of the field. And he might be going to cop another caution as he comes into main straightaway. Got a challenge for the lead as Jason Owen comes under threat from Brett Cotton. Cotton getting up on the inside. Third place is Ben Cooper. Then comes Mark Everly. Through on the inside goes Darryl Norrie past Peter Gray. Then Paul Marculin, and dropping right back to the tail of the field is Mick Watling. Only 5 laps left to run, and still Jason Owen under plenty of challenge, with Brett Cotton finding it tough to get by. Then comes Ben Cooper, followed by Mark Everly.
Yes, good battle up front between Cotton and Owen. They're going at it hammer and tong. Owen got the race lead though. There's only 4 more laps to go as they come past us this time. Jason Owen out in front in the 38 car. Second spot Cotton, he's right on the hammer. Then comes Everly, who spun out earlier on. He's done well to recover to get up to third spot. On the outside, Darryl Norrie. On the inside, Ben Cooper. And Cooper moves up into fourth position. Well, he's moving back through the field because he was up near second spot earlier on. Down they come with 3 to go. Race leader still Jason Owen. Cotton still searching for the gap, probing to see if he can try and get through. But Owen decides to keep nice and tight and low. And he's going to make Cotton go the hard way right around the outside if he's going to try and get this race lead. And here comes Everly. Watch out for Everly. He's coming into play and he could grab the both of them. Coming down main straightaway, only 2 to go. Owen leads, Cotton in second. Everly now decides to switch to the high line. He tries to grab a little bit of ground, sets himself up for the inside. Cotton got a bit frustrated and gave on the tap, and Everly got them all on the inside. Oh, what a great drive this has been by Everly. He did it once before tonight. He's done it again. Up into first spot, 1 more lap to go, and Mark Everly, well, he's on fire tonight. He's driving extremely well. It might be a Ford, but gee, he can move it around the circuit. Down back straightaway, half a lap to go, and they'll come to get the checkered flag, and this has been a huge performance. Let's hear it. A great effort in the feature. 122. Mark Everly takes the checkered flag. Well done. Second spot to 38 of Owens. Cotton held on for third place. Then came Darryl Norrie, Peter Gray in the 18 car, and Mick Watling will be the only other car to finish. A high attrition rate in that one. No time recorded due to the race stoppage, but a very, very impressive when he's done it once before tonight, and he's done it again. He just seized the opportunity, waited for the right moment, and he's taken it out. Our Cardiff Wreckers Street Stock Sedan Handicap Final has gone to the car number 22. Let's hear it for Mark Everly.
Cars coming onto the track for the wins. 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championship. You cheer for your favourite driver.
What a great field we've got assembled, Ross. Probably the best field we've seen here at the Wings Motordrome for a long, long time in the Super Sedan division. Some of the best, or if not the best drivers from all over Australia are here tonight to see who can take out this title for 1996. Paul O'Neill, one of the Lismore drivers. They've been pretty strong. They're well represented in the final field. Will it be this man again? Back-to-back titles for Ron Pine. He thinks it can be. Steve Francis, the visiting United States driver, he'll be trying his hardest to take it back to the States. John Brown, another one of the locals. Johnny Leslight, who does fairly well here. Wayne Randall, not Steve, as I said earlier on, the umpire. Wayne Randall, I apologise to Wayne. The RX-7 seems to be running very well for him. He's no doubt had a look at the track and set the car up to conditions he thinks might happen. Alan Baker's out there as well. Peter Lowe, the Victorian. Robert Gray, the Western Australian. The Meekatharra Missile, his nickname, in the 95 Trans Am. And a great array of cars too, all different sorts. Even a little RX-7, the rotary of Wayne Randall. Larry Nelson, he's been the quiet achiever, the Queenslander. Big Bad Bert Bosbergen, the West Aussie. The current Queensland champ, Lindsay Hawkins. What a great field. Benny Ludlow, Tanya Peacock, Mick Nicola, Ross Brims and Steve Stewart, the South Australian champion. Well, that looks about the field, and what an impressive field. I'm just thankful I've had the privilege to be here tonight and witness this great spectacle of Super Sedan racing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. A big thank you to Wins for their wonderful support for the presentation of these titles. We're getting them packed up behind the French Brothers Tyres pace vehicle. Then we'll give them the Speedway salute, the opportunity to thank the fans for being here. We're about to give the Speedway salute and we're about to fire into the running of the 1996 Wins Australian Super Sedan Championship. There's the cross flags. We're under the Speedway salute. Fireworks to signal the start of the 1996. The fireworks above the track are happening right now. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, a fireworks start to our 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships, and they are away. And Steve Francis up on the outside looks for the lead. John Pine on the inside. Who's going to give in? It's going to be a great battle for the first lap. John Pine, Steve Francis. Francis is still going to have a go at him on the outside. Pine on the inside, Francis the outside. They're rerunning side by side for a full lap. John Pine gets the better, and now Steve Francis will tuck in behind. John Brown is running third. Stu Robertson is fourth. The Western Australian Robert Gray is in fifth place. Sixth is Ron Pine. Seventh is Paul O'Neill. Eighth is Wayne Randall. Ninth is John Leslite. And 10th is Alan Baker as they do the first couple of laps of the 1996 Australian Super Sedan Championships. A lot of interest right round the racetrack, but the pace is an absolute cracker in this first couple of laps, with John Pine and Steve Francis really setting up a tremendous pace. They won't be able to keep going like this for 40 laps, surely. It'll be a real attrition on the cars to see who's got the right tyres, see who's got the right setup, because this pace is running, and it is running hot. John Pine down low. Steve Francis is still going to have a go at him up high. There's the first mistake. The Western Australian Robert Gray onto the infield, and the chief steward has said, carry on. The race continues. Bad luck for Robert Gray. He's the first casualty up on the infield after only 5 laps. Still, look at this battle between John Pine and Steve Francis. Francis is persisting with the outside pass. There's the first lot of yellows. And John Pine comes under his first race stoppage. 5 laps were down and the pace was on. Ben Ludlow and the Victorian Michael Nicola, the two cars in trouble in turn 4. And Steve Stewart is to go to the rear of the field. The South Australian champ has been sent to the rear. Robert Gray, I assume he could probably rejoin the car race, but he will be down at least 2 laps, maybe even 3. And we've got a single file restart. Tension starts to build up again. They've shaken off all the tension of the first couple of laps, but then it comes back on again, knowing that whatever advantage they established has now been wasted because there's a restart. So attention being shown to Ben Ludlow's car.
I think he's concerned, Ross, with a bit of body work up on the front left-hand tyre.
Right.
Whether it might be rubbing or he was just a little bit concerned. Got the infield crew to check it out.
Lights are out. And away they go. John Pine, Steve Francis, John Brown. Now they started the race without Ben Ludlow. He's on the infield. He's having a look across to the chief steward. And I don't think he's terribly pleased about the situation at all, Ben Ludlow. They just started the race without him. John Pine, Steve Francis, Stu Robertson's worked his way past John Brown to go into third place. Brown is back to fourth. Then comes Ron Pine. Now Alan Baker's got a problem. He's pulled up high onto the racetrack and he's dropped right back to last place, and Steve Francis is having a go at John Pine. I tell you what, the American is not going to give John Pine 1 ounce apiece up front. He will not give in on him. And Francis, what a drive he's turning on. He's powering, would you believe, on the outside of John Pine. He's travelling twice the distance. So what power must this car have to stay with John Pine? Well, he's really testing things out at the moment, Francis. He's up very, very high. He might have thrown it away this time. Yes, he has. He's dropped off the pace, and John Pine maintains the lead.
John Pine using some experience too, Ross. He's keeping Francis up high on the track because he knows if Francis gets down low, Francis is going to have a crack at him on the inside. He's just going to make him sit down. Whenever he goes to have a throw on the outside, Piney will push him up high towards the wall and make it very hard for Francis. Stu Robertson into third place. Then we've got John Brown, followed by the Aussie champ Ron Pine. Paul O'Neill in car number 35 is back in about 6th spot. Up on the inside they come with a slower car, Alan Baker, who's got trouble. He's only nursing that thing around. Down they come, and they've still got 28 laps to go. John Pine in front, but look at Steve Francis. He's hounding Piney. Piney will keep him trapped out wide. Francis keeps the foot down, tries to get around the outside, but look at Pine. He's too cunning. He's just going to stay there and push him up high and make him work hard, but Francis is working hard, and it's starting to pay off for him. He's getting closer and closer to Pine. What a great battle up front. Stu Robertson will sit there. He'll let these two go at it, hammer and Tom. He'll wait to wear themselves out, and then he'll try and make a move. John Pine still got the race lead though. Francis in second spot. Here's Stu Robertson starting to join in the battle. Back in fourth place is Brownie. Robbo gets a look up on the inside. There goes very close up front, these three cars. John Pine still leads. Francis in second spot, throwing everything at him he can, but he just can't find a way through. There's a little bit of a gap on the inside. John Pine will shut him off though quickly. Francis had to go up onto the infield, so a little bit of trouble there for Francis. He got too anxious. He's a little bit anxious at the moment and trying everything he can, but he just can't get around Pine. Stu Robertson's tacked right onto the back as well, so he's going to wait for one of these two to make a mistake. John Brown back in fourth place. Up on the inside goes Stewie Robertson. He's got Francis. Well, Francis drifted off the line, and there's a bit of body work in there. Turn 3-4 here. They'll go over the top of it as they come out of the turn, and it'll be interesting to see whether the race continues. But it does, and up front, it's John Pine, Stu Robertson, the local boys, 1 and 2. The local track knowledge is starting to pay off, and Francis has dropped back to third place. John Brown in fourth. Then we've got Ron Pine, followed by Paul O'Neill. Then came Wayne Randall back behind them. Johnny Leslight was next. Then came Nelson, the 49 car. Stewart making his way up as well. So they're the top about a dozen drivers. Coming down with 21 laps to go. John Pine in front. Stu Robertson, look at Stewie go. He's determined to get this Australian title, and geez, wouldn't it be great to see him get it. In second spot, he's starting to hound. There's trouble in back straight away. Tanya Peacock's involved, and Alan Baker, who was, Ross was only, more trouble up in turn 1-2, and it looks like it might be Leslight, Randall and Nelson might be the three in trouble. We've also got trouble with Paul O'Neill, who's thrown sideways, I think, to miss, but Alan Baker just seemed to be dribbling around the outside.
Yeah, he had problems. He got problems very early, Joel, with about only about 10 laps into the race. Baker had dropped right back to the tail of the field, and I think he was just planning on moving round and round and round the racetrack. But then I think what happened was that he realised it was a heck of a long way to go, 20 laps. I think he tried to come down off the track. I don't know. I didn't see the incident. I'm just listening to officials discussing it. I think he tried to come down off the track and may have collided with Tanya Peacock.
There's fire too, Ross, in the Vosbergen car. The back of that is flames coming out the back.
Bert Vosbergen's car.
Up in turn 1, there's flames at the back, so we want to keep an eye on that. There's definitely flame under the back now. It's starting to rear up. So we need someone over the infield fire crew. The turn 1-2. Vosbergen, the West Australian, has got fire in the back of that car. Right on the spot, though. They've extinguished it, so the situation has been nullified. But things starting to heat up, and Ross, things starting to take the toll on some of the cars as well.
Oh, gee, the pace has been a cracker. What about this battle between John Pine and Steve Francis to start off with? I mean, they ran side by side for something like 6, 7, maybe 8 laps. Then Steve Francis still persisted with that outside pass. It didn't work for him. The gamble didn't pay off. He got out too wide. And Stu Robertson made the dive through, and now it's going to be a battle between John Pine and Stu Robertson. Not far out of the race, John Brown and Ron Pine. So in the top 5 cars, 4 of them are Newcastle drivers. John Pine, Stu Robertson, John Brown and Ron Pine.
Ready for the start. A green light comes on to send them on their way. Single file restart, 22 laps remaining in this 1996 WINS Australian Super Sedan Championship. John Pine resumes where he left off up the front of the race. Stu Robertson in second place. He's going to come under some pressure from Francis back in third spot. Then we've got John Brown, Ron Pine next behind them, followed by Paul O'Neill. Then comes John Leslie. Up on the inside goes Francis, and that's the way to pass. On the inside, Stu Robertson comes back at him, but Francis now grabs second spot, and with half race distance gone, John Pine still leads the way.
Steve Francis is running second, then Stu Robertson and John Brown. Ron Pine was the next one through in front of Paul O'Neill, then John Leslie, Larry Nelson. We've got the South Australian Steve Stewart, the other Queenslander, that's Lindsay Hawkins. He's up there in around about the top 10 places of the cars that are left running. Then Ross Brims, Robert Gray and Bert Vosbergen, the only other cars running as we enter into the last half of the car race. Well, the American is back on the pace. Now, is he going to continue with this outside pass? It's unbelievable the way that he's going to continue to try and have a shot at John Pine. He will not give him any peace whatsoever. Steve Francis up on the inside. John Pine, Steve Francis trying to nudge his way through. He can't quite find the space. Pine comes back at him. Francis up on the windrow. Once he gets up there, he loses a lot of pace, and he's going to cop a caution flag for getting up on the infield. Stu Robertson running third. John Brown is fourth. Ron Pine, the current Australian champ, he's now trying to use some infield to get through on John Brown, but the track has become very, very hard, very, very rock hard, in fact. And so it'll mean someone's got to make a mistake, and you've got to be in a position ready to capitalise as soon as that mistake is made. And nobody at this point of time is making any of those mistakes. Now, Steve Stewart's the only one that's made some sort of a passing move. The South Australian champ has got by one, and now we've got Ron Pine also trying to make a bit of a move to come through on the inside of John Brown. So things starting to make a couple of changes back in the pack behind the race leader, John Pine. John Pine, Steve Francis, Stu Robertson, they're still 1, 2 and 3. Now the Australian champ, Ron Pine, have a look at him. He's up into 4th place, and he's probably going to try and make a real throw at it over the last 10 laps. There's only 12 laps to go now. John Pine, the track has become very hard. All he has to do is keep his cool. And I tell you what, if that happens, the last 100 metres of this car race is going to be something else, because they will make a dive at it for sure. Oh, Ron Pine's gone! Oh, the Australian champ has overcooked it. He was trying really hard, I've got to give him that much. He'd worked his way into 4th place. And he hit it just a little too hard in the corner. He lost it, and the official decision is Australia 1 to the rear. Well, the track has certainly hardened up. And now it will be a matter of who can keep their cool, not make a mistake under pressure. But Steve Francis and John Pine, the battle was split momentarily. Stu Robertson split up the struggle between these two. This has been a terrific battle between the pair. John Pine, the current New South Wales champ. Steve Francis looking to be the first ever international driver to win the title. And Stu Robertson, for a moment, had his opportunity. He got by Steve Francis and was right behind John Pine, and it looked as if it was going to be a chase between those two. But Stu Robertson saw Steve Francis slip by, and with 11 laps to go, the lights are out. And away they go. John Pine, Steve Francis, then Stu Robertson, followed by John Brown. Then comes Paul O'Neill, John Leslie. The next one through Steve Stewart, the South Australian. He started to make some inroads in this last couple of laps. But with only 10 more laps to go to decide the Australian title, we've got cars running nose to tail, and it's going to be mistake-free racing from here on in if these drivers want to hold their placings. John Pine, Steve Francis, Stu Robertson, then John Brown, Paul O'Neill, John Leslie, the South Australian Steve Stewart. Then comes Lindsay Hawkins, followed by Ross Brims. Larry Nelson's dropped back. Ron Pine is second last, and Robert Gray, the Western Australian's last. And here's Francis having another go at John Pine, but will he throw second placing away? 8 more laps to go.
Well, Stu Robertson, Ross is sitting in 3rd spot. He's going to hope that Francis has another crack on the outside because he's losing a ton of ground. John Pine leads. Second spot, the United States driver, Steve Francis. Then comes Stu Robertson sitting in 3rd. Those 3 drivers are starting to break away now from John Brown in 4th spot. Then comes Lismore's Paul O'Neill, and also behind him John Leslie. But John Pine, all he's got to do, as Ross said, is keep his head, and he's got this title. Round back straight away he goes. He's only got 5.5 laps left to run, and he can see the Australian title in his sights. He's just taking it nice and steady. He knows Francis is not going to have a go on the outside because he's going to lose too much ground to Pine. And if he does that, Stu Robertson will capitalise and come through on the inside. Now he's trying to use all the track and a little bit more, but he just can't get around. There's the Aussie champ dropping out, Ron Pine. That's the end of his title bid for the second time, and that's bad luck for Ron. But back up front, John Pine still got the race lead. Stu Robertson back in 3rd place. He's going to try and get around Francis if he can. Up the front, there's only 3.5 to go. Piney leads. Can he hang on and make it a local victory? Well, the fans are certainly hoping so. Francis in 2nd spot. Then comes Stu Robertson, who's trying desperately to get up and make it a 1-2, but he just can't get the ground on Francis at the moment. 2.5 laps left to run. They've come down to the last couple of laps. It looks like John Pine's got this title covered. covered. There's 2 laps to go. Francis is in second. He realises it's only going to have to make a throw if he's going to do it, because he's starting to run out of laps, and Pine's pulling away. John Pine starts to pull away. 1 more lap to go in the Australian titles. This could be it for John Pine. He's sticking nice and low. He sees the white flag. Francis is going to have a go at him if he's going to get this first place away from him. Down back straight away for the last time. John Pine. This is going to be his championship. On the outside, Francis. On the inside, Pine. Pine's going to hold on, and let's hear it for the new Aussie champ. Local John Pine takes it out. Francis second, then comes Stu Robertson. John Brown was next ahead of Paul O'Neill. Then came Les Light across the line ahead of Stewart. And what a great race. Lindsay Hawkins, the Queensland champ, was next across the line. Then came Ross Brims, was next, followed by the 49 of Nelson, the 24 of Gray. But the new Australian champion, John Pine, our very own local driver, and boy won't he be happy. He will be very, very happy indeed. A great performance. He started up the front, he held on to the race, and this has been a top effort to hang on and take out this Australian title. Second place, Steve Francis. He gave chase. He chased Piney all the way. He didn't give up trying to get the race away from him. And Stu Robertson, well done to Stu. He really did drive well for third place, and he must be very, very happy indeed with that. And that's a great performance to get 2 of our local drivers up in the top 3 placings. So the 1996 WINS Australian Super Sedan Championship has been run, and it's been won as well by our very own local driver, John Pine. He takes it out. A great effort. John now receiving his congratulations. He's just getting strapped out. There's no doubt that he worked very, very hard behind the wheel. Steve Francis as well. A good effort by Steve. He just couldn't quite reel him in the end. And Stu Robertson. Gee, Stu's having a great year. He's finished third, and he'll be very, very happy with that, no doubt. He probably would have wanted to grab the win, but third placing when the Australian title's nothing to sneeze at. But we've got some trophy presentations to make, so we'll go down trackside without any further ado, and we'll go down to Ross Allen.
Thanks, Joel, and Tony from WINS is here with me. We really do want to thank WINS for their fabulous support, not only for the major sponsorship of the Motordrome for the 95-96 season, but for these particular titles, the Australian Championship titles. The race, well, what a cracker it's been. Joel and I have had the pleasure of being able to call a terrific race. Plenty of action up front all the way, and I suppose a big thrill for us here in Newcastle to have 2 cars up the front of the race. He's had the opportunity to have a sip and cool down a little bit, so let's take the chance now. Ladies and gentlemen, the current New South Wales champion, and now the new Australian champion. Getting a big hug from wife Kerry. John, come on over. I know it's a pretty exciting moment for you. Please accept the sash first of all from Tony from WINS. We thank WINS for their wonderful support. This trophy too on behalf of WINS. My personal congratulations, Cobber. Well done. An Australian title and a New South Wales title. John, it's been a fantastic car race. Well done.
Well, I'd like to thank WINS for putting on a show. Peter, thank Christ he changed the track. You know, in the last 3 weeks, we've had a magnificent track. And Steve, he put up a hell of a shot at me, and, you know, I had to just do everything right. I was actually puffing a bit too much. Ross, the visors kept fogging up. I thought, gee, I've got to beat this bloody American. I'll never hear the end of it. But he done a fantastic job. I'd like to congratulate him. He kept me honest, and we done everything, you know, right. Thank you for Tetrans. They come on board this year, and this is one present that we wanted to give every sponsor we've got. And there's a lot of them, Ross, and there's a lot of new people coming on board after tonight, and I just hope that they have the success that I've brought to other people, and to win it the second time, I just hope I can do Australia proud and keep on winning while the grey hairs shine, they say. And the sun's wanting to kick me out of the seat already, but I tell you what, he's got to wait for a little while.
Okay, I'll talk to you about the race in a moment. I would like to ask Doug Carson, the President of the Australian Saloon Car Federation, to also make the presentation of the championship jacket to you. Sitting on top of John's car is the Perpetual Trophy. that remains with the winner for a period of time until the next championship meeting. It's sitting on top, and I'm sure Doug would like to make that presentation and say a couple of words to you too, John.
Thanks very much. Congratulations, John. Where is he? I've lost him. This is a new trophy we've had this year, made and donated by the Blunden family in South Australia. Chris Blunden run the race in 1984, and over a period of years the old trophy's got a bit tattered. They said, let's have a new one, a bright, shiny one, and all the winners are going back on this trophy till 1972. I see John Pine's name is there. It's going to be there again this year. Congratulations, John. Fantastic race. And from the ASF, thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug. Just like to say one thing. I've got the best crew, best family, wife, children who support us, and my crew members work hard. I'll tell you what, they're the people behind the scenes. We went back there and we got around the table. What are we going to do? The car was a touch loose. What shall we do? What do we do to change the car? And we come up with the trumps, and I'm glad that I got a perfect crew, and thanks very much.
John, I'm sure the fans would like to know just what was going through your mind with Steve Francis just absolutely hounding away at you. I mean, he kept trying that outside pass. Were you happy that was the way he was trying to do it?
Well, to be honest, you don't see much behind you in these cars, and I've seen the nose a couple of times in a few places, and, that's real racing, and, we just had to, every time we come to the corner, you had to brake at the right spot, turn the car in the right spot, accelerate when you should, and, a couple of times you get a little bit sideways because, it's something you can't explain. It's 100% concentration, and if you don't do that, that's where you come undone.
Mate, you've done it. Go and enjoy it just for a moment with your pit crew. Second place tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I think he deserves a wonderful round of applause. He provided us with a great championship race. From America, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Francis. Steve, the trophy from Tony and the sash. I'll hold the trophy while you put the sash. And the trophy on behalf of Wins. First of all, thank you for taking part in our Australian title, and secondly, thanks for making it such a great race. It was a beauty.
Well, it was probably one of the best races we've run here. The only other race I can think of that I've run here that was close was the one me and Charlie Swartz run here last year. I come out a little better on that one, a little behind on this one. You got to give John and his crew credit. They done everything they had to do. I kept trying the outside, and there just wasn't enough there. And, he drove the perfect race. He never made a mistake.
Yeah, I guess that was the way we saw it too, Steve. You really did give it everything to try and make that outside pass. It seemed to be the tactic. When you'd given up after a lot of laps trying to make it, the only other way was then to wait for him to make a mistake, and God damn it, he wasn't going to make one.
He just never did. I thought I had him one time. He got a little sideways here, but I couldn't get a nose up in beside him far enough going into the corner, and I had to let him back down or spin him out, and I wasn't going to spin him out to win it.
Good on him, mate. Great sportsmanship. The fans have been wonderfully appreciative of a fantastic Australian championship. Well done.
Well, I'm hoping this will kind of, a show like this will help to get the super sedans back where they need to be in Australia. They've kind of let the sprint cars take over. And, I don't think you could ever seen a better sprint car race than what this super sedan race just was. Fantastic.
Steve Francis, congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, third place. First of all, I'll help you with that trophy, Tony. The sash. Yeah, you just get the sash on first. Then get the kiss from Tony. Now the trophy from me. My congratulations to you too. Third place in the Australian title. An absolutely outstanding effort. Newcastle 1 and 3. Well done.
Yes, Ross. Fantastic effort. Congratulations to John, Steve, and the track preparation. A bit rough, but I think it was a good race. I'd like to thank all my sponsors. Fantastic people for coming. I got that many sponsors, I don't know what to say. But, Bruce Dimmock here, everybody sponsors us. It's been a great race over the weekend. Pity I couldn't have won, but...
Well, just for a moment there, Robbo, I mean, you got by Steve Francis. That was a terrific pass. He started to keep getting a bit wide. You capitalised on the mistakes he made. You certainly did give yourself a shot at it.
Yes, mate, it's a bit black up here on this main straight. I think he got me there. But, well, he's a good driver, good American driver, so I just hope to be here next year.
Well, you will be.
I might pick up one next year.
Good on you. Stewie Robertson, third place tonight. Congratulations. We've got to get everybody together. Newcastle running 1 and 2 and 3. Again, a very Doug, you're just giving me the provisional placings?
That is official.
That is official. Okay.
Clear and engine check and okay.
Okay, so we've got the all clear. I'll just run through these very quickly for you, ladies and gentlemen. The all clear on the placings in the Australian Super Sedan Championships from the Australian Saloon Car Federation. John Pine, Steve Francis, Stu Robertson, 1, 2 and 3. John Brown, Paul O'Neill, John Leslight, Steve Stewart from South Australia, Lindsay Hawkins from Queensland, Ross Brims, Larry Nelson and Robert Gray. They are the official placings in the championships. Again, a very, very big thank you to Wins and to Tony and your wonderful organisation. Thank them very much for their support. It truly is a wonderful group, the Wins group. Congratulations to Peter Gerbiel, our promoter, his 3rd Australian Super Sedan Championships here at the Motordrome. 4 all up because he did conduct the very first one that was held at Tralee in Canberra back in the early 70s. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big thank you to you and to the boys and girls for being with us tonight, and I think making this Australian Super Sedan Championships one of the memorable races. A terrific finish. John Pine, Steve Francis and Stewie Robertson, 1, 2 and 3. And for you Newcastle fans, as you can hear, we had John Brown in 4th place officially, so in the top 4 cars, 3 Newcastle drivers.
Newcastle International Motordrome. The champions are home at the Motordrome. Your heart starts racing.
Your pulse is pumping.
Everyone's a winner when the wheels start spinning at the Motordrome.
Fun and excitement for all the family.
Newcastle International Motordrome. Champions are home at the Motordrome. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Where all the action is.
The rubber is burning.
Oh, the track comes alive.
The motors are revving. It's heavy metal heaven and they're ready to roar.
Fun and excitement for all the family.
Newcastle International Motordrome. Champions are home at the Motordrome. Newcastle International Motordrome.
Where all the action is.
The champions are charging.
Ah, but the challenger is hot.
It's the battle of wheels. It's the thrills and spills. It's the Motordrome.